I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your heart. Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Hovashivya Hoindim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'oimdim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Hoindim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'oimdim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high.
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin has Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
I'm an ancient wall of stone.
Good Vach. My name is Ruvain Tarragon. I am the Dean of Overseas Students at Yeshivat Hakotel in Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh. And I welcome you to today's Yeshivat Hakotel Vayichan Ahavas Yisroel program. Today we begin Shavua Shechalbo, the week that leads up to Tisha B'Av, during which we intensify our avelut for the Beit HaMikdash and our yearning for our Geula and return to Eretz Yisrael. The fact that this is the first time in most of our lives that we cannot travel to Eretz Yisrael only intensifies this morning and yearning. This is why it is so meaningful for me to be able to speak and learn with you today from this very special place, opposite the Makom HaMikdash, the place where the Beit HaMikdash once stood and will in Mirza Hashem soon stand once again. Today's program is in Mirza Hashem a big step towards realizing this goal. We all know that the Beit HaMikdash was destroyed because of sinat chinam, baseless hatred. Achdut is a basic and central Jewish value. We do not have a right to live in the city that unifies all Jews if we do not see ourselves as brothers, all Hashem's children, one people. Today, though, we are talking about an even higher level, Ahavas Yisroel. We are commanded not only to feel connected to each other, but also to love one another as much as we love ourselves. There is a difference between feeling part of one family and actually loving our family members. This higher level is not just a hiddur mitzvah, an ideal. It is a basic to our Torah and mitzvot. It is not just one of the 613 mitzvot. It is what Rabbi Akiva called the Torah's klal gadol, great principle, and what Hillel called kol haTorah kula, the entirety of our Torah. It is no less than the cause of the Churban HaMikdash and our Galut. All of us consider ourselves Torah Jews. We do our best to fulfill all of the mitzvot and halachot. Ahavas Yisroel, though, is a huge challenge, an area that we all need to improve in. The question, though, is how? How do we improve? I believe that the answer is that love is rooted in appreciation. We love what we like and what we feel enriches us and makes our lives better and more meaningful. If we want to love each other, we need to learn how to learn from each other. And there is so much for us to learn from each other. Ben Zoma teaches us in the Mishnah in Avot that the Chacham is the one who learns mikol adam, from all people. We have what to learn from all people, but even more to learn from all Jews, and the most to learn from all B'nai Torah. If we want to strive to love all of Hashem's briot, creations, or at least all Jews, we should at least find the way to learn from, and through this love, all B'nai Torah, who are people who share our core values, our commitment to Torah and mitzvot. Too often we focus on how we are different, instead of on how we are similar, instead of on the core values we share. We know and understand the hashkafic differences between the speakers in today's program. These differences are, of course, important and emanate from the fact that Hashem created each of us as unique, special people with perspectives as different as our faces. Our disagreements continue because we lack Nevi'im to tell us how to view current events and a Sanhedrin to paskin halachic shailot. Ahavat Chinam begins with the decision to focus upon and build our relationships off the 95% plus that we share and agree upon, instead of focusing upon the 5% that differentiates. It is learning, like Rav Shimon Bar Yochai and his son Rav Elazar, to see the beauty in those carrying 2 hadassim for Shabbat, instead of burning those same people for their shortcomings. The Vayichan program is an important vehicle to help us accomplish this because it is a platform through which people from across the Torah world, geographically and hashkafically, share Torah together. It is a statement about our being one Torah community and our goal of loving by learning from one another. Baruch Hashem, the Pre-Shavuot program had over 125,000 attendees, which made it the largest learning program since Ma'amad Har Sinai. The thousands of emails and texts I received afterwards expressed tremendous excitement and a sense that an Achdut movement has begun. We at Yeshivat Hakotel have done our best to build upon this. We channeled the excitement into a committee of community representatives, of representing over 100 communities around the world, who have helped us in the planning and preparing for today's event. In addition, we have expanded the program in two ways. One, by adding a Hebrew program that is taking place now in parallel, that unifies Hebrew-speaking Rabbanim and Mechanchim. Two, by adding additional types of content to today's program. Mental health professionals teaching us how to achieve Ahavas Yisroel, and tour guides taking us to the places connected to the Churban. The core of the program remains the same. For the first time in 2,000 years, 9 chief rabbis from around the globe, leading Rashi Yeshiva, Rabbanim and Mechanchim from around the world, and of different hashkafot, have joined forces to present Torah to the whole world at once. In the spirit of Vayichan Sham Yisrael neged Ahar, ki ish echad b'lev echad. The shiurim are Yirtzeh Hashem being screened on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, and on the Vayichan.com website. I recommend using the PDF version of the schedule flyers that you can download from the website. The PDF consists of click boxes that take you directly to the shiur you're looking for, which will activate at the time when the shiur begins. You can log in before. The shiurim will Yirtzeh Hashem remain active throughout the week, including Tisha B'Av, so you can use the shiurim to best prepare for Tisha B'Av. If you would like information about future programs, you can sign up on the website. Before introducing the chief rabbis in Rashi Yeshiva, I would like to thank the many who have made today's program possible. First off, thank you to the over 110 speakers, the chief rabbis, the Rashi Yeshiva, the Rabbanim, the Mechanchim, the mental health professionals, and the tour guides, who identify with this Achdut vision and are translating this identification into action by making the time to speak despite busy schedules. All the speakers are speaking pro bono. I think it would be appropriate for each of us to thank each of the speakers for the Torah they are sharing and the Achdut they are expressing and helping create. May our letting our leaders know how much we appreciate their support of Achdut initiatives encourage them to continue making the effort. A special thank you to David Lichtenstein and his team for interviewing the parent-children couples. Thank you to Shlomi Dax, Rav Avram Fried, Eitan Freilich, Rav Benny Friedman, Shlomi Gertner, A.B. Rottenberg, Nachum Siegel, and others for their pre-event videos. Thank you to Rav Jonathan Kaller, Rav Daniel Fine, Rav Michael Green, Rav Ariel Shoshan, Rav Gidon Shoshan, Rav Gil Student, and Rav Chanuch Teller for helping develop the program. Thank you to the over 100 representatives from communities around the world who have advised and helped advertise the program. Thank you to Benjamin Klein for building and maintaining the website, and to Leah Rubin for creating the program flyers. Thank you to Adasa Bennett for being our Director of Media. Thank you to our national partners around the world, including the Orthodox Union, Acheinu, the Office of the Chief Rabbi in South Africa. Thank you to the over 150 partner shuls, schools, yeshivas, and other organizations whose names appear on the website. Thank you to our screening partners, Torah Anytime, Yeshiva World, and others. Thank you to Jordan Lustman for coordinating the speaker representatives. Thank you to Elisheva Aduth and Hannah Carbon for producing the weekly Shabbat Ahavas Yisroel Choveret. Thank you to Sam Rothstein for coordinating the shiur summaries. Thank you to Morty Fried for coordinating the social media effort. Thank you to Avery Amster, Yosef Besokow, and Jonathan Kazal, Zev Leifer, Sammy Raskis, and Jonathan Wenger for overseeing the uploading and editing of the videos. Thank you to Noah Diamond, Eliza Mandelbaum, Yoni Panich, Elisheva Raskis, Omet Schmidman, Zach Winkler, and Shoshana Weintraub for editing, uploading, and working on the videos. Special thank you to Shane Safran for working so hard on the promo videos. Thank you to the many volunteers who coordinated with the speakers, including Elisheva Aduth, Gila Allen, Akiva Aryeh, Eitan Ari, Elisa Barretts, Rav Ben Baruch, Yonah Berzin, Tzvi Bessler, Yosef Besokow, and Saul Bishop, Gavi Book, Rav Joseph Dana, Eitan Drapkin, Meir Edelstein, Eitan Edinger, Akiva Earlbaum, Rav Nachman Elsant, Rav Meir Finkelstein, Rav Yishai Fleischer, Sophie Frankenthal, Rav Levi Friedman, Rita Fuchs, Aaron Hertz, Rav Tzvi Holland, Rav Ariel Katz, Rav Afram Klugman, Yoni Kram, Rav Yeshaya Korolik, Yoni Laub, Mark Lesnick, Adina Lev, Ariel Lewis, Eli and his son Zev Lowy, Jordan Lustman, Dr. Robert McGuris, Yaakov Martins Morera, Mindy Oren, Henry Orlinsky, Yonadav Rimberg, Yerucham Rosenberg, Daniel Ross, Gideon Schwartz, Morris Smith, Eliana Sohn, Talia Tarzik, Jonah Tripp, Phil Vidal, Talia Wien, Dr. Ari Weintraub, Daniel Yav, Jed Zaslow, and Michal Zamanovich. Lastly, a big thank you to the staff of Yeshivat Hakotel, and especially Eliyahu Klein and Sammy Raskis, who have worked tirelessly on putting out 4 Vayichan programs in the last 2 months. May our efforts to strengthen Ahavas Yisroel help finally turn Tisha B'Av and these days into Yamim Tovim of Sason and Simcha. And as Rav Kook and others said, if the Beit HaMikdash, we, and the entire world were destroyed because of Sinat Chinam, may we be zoche to rebuild all 3 through Ahavat Chinam today and in the future. To open the program, I would now like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat Hakotel, Rav Baruch Vider Shlita.
עת צרי ליעקב וממנה יבשע. This is difficult time for עם ישראל and for all the world. זמן בין המיצרים and time of corona. עם ישראל knows the secret that ממעמקים קראתיך השם. At the time of darkness, we can find HaKadosh Baruch Hu more and more. We can find the lights in the darkness. ממעמקים קראתיך השם. את צרי ליעקב וממנה יבשע. Will come the Yeshua. This project, in this day, Hei Be'av, express אהבת תורה, express אהבת השם, express אהבת עם ישראל and Achdut Yisrael in all the parts of עם ישראל. Rav Kook taught us in his book Orot HaKodesh that as the reason of the Chorban was sinat chinam, the main reason for the Geula and the Binyan and the Tikkun will be by Ahavat Chinam. Yeshivat Hakotel, in the front of Bet HaMikdash, in Yerushalayim, at the heart of Am Yisrael, wants in this day to increase Ahavat Chinam, increase Ahavat Torah in Am Yisrael. כי מציון תצא תורה ודבר השם מירושלים. Thank you very much for all the person who made this day. We're טורחים for this day. יברכך השם מציון וראה בטוב ירושלים כל ימי חייך.
I would now like to introduce the Ashkenazic Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, Rav David Lau Shlita.
לימדונו חז"ל, אוהב השם שערי ציון, שערים המצוינים בהלכה. ולימדונו חז"ל שמיום שחרב בית המקדש, אין לו לקדוש ברוך הוא בעולמו, אלא 4 אמות של הלכה. After the destroyed of our בית המקדש, this is a time that we need to understand and to feel that Kadosh Baruch Hu, his place is in the Gemara, in the Torah, in the explanations of Rishonim and Achronim. This is a place that Kadosh Baruch Hu found in our world. So this is a time, 1 week before the day, the terrible day of Tisha B'Av, 1 week before, this is a time to strengthen ourselves with Torah, with Dalet Amot Shel Halacha, and to pray to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Please, this is the time that we want to see תחזינה עינינו בשובך לציון ברחמים מתוך לימוד התורה.
I would now like to introduce the Sephardic Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, the Rishon LeZion, Rav Yitzchak Yosef Shlita.
לברך ולעודד את רבני ותלמידי הישיבה, ישיבת הכותל, ליד הכותל המערבי. היוזמה הברוכה שהם תפסו, וייחן, אשריהם ואשרי חלקם, שמחברים את כל יהודי התפוצות אל התורה הקדושה בארץ ישראל. אין תורה כתורת ארץ ישראל. ביקרתי בישיבת הכותל כמה פעמים, יש שם בחורים רציניים שיושבים ולומדים לעסוקי שמעתיתה הליבה דהלכתה. יש כמה דיינים ברוך השם שיצאו מישיבה זו. אני מעודד את הרבנים, את הדיינים, את כל בוגרי הישיבה שימשיכו להתחזק בתורה, ביראת שמיים, בהשקפה הנכונה. אני מברך את כל יהודי התפוצות שיהי רצון שהתורה תגן עליהם 1000 המגן, ונזכה שכולכם תעלו לארץ ישראל במהרה בימינו, שכולם יהיו באחדות. אין בעם ישראל שום פירוד, כולנו עם אחד, ספרדים, אשכנזים, צרפתים, אמריקאים, אנגלים, כולם עם אחד, אנחנו עם היהודי. תעלו לארץ ישראל, תחזקו פה את המצב הרוחני בארץ ישראל, נזכה שיבוא משיח צדקנו במהרה, נזכה לגאולה שלמה, אמן ואמן.
I would now like to introduce the Chief Rabbi of Tel Aviv and former Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, Rav Yisroel Meir Lau Shlita.
מוריי ורבותיי, ידידים יקרים, קהל קדוש, אנחנו נמצאים בתוך 9 הימים שבהם אנו מתאבלים על חורבן הבית. זה מן השמיים שגם בית ראשון וגם בית שני נחרבו באותו יום בדיוק. יום שמועד היה לפורענות זה 9 באב. אבל דבר אחד מעניין, שהגמרא במסכת יומא בדף ט' אומרת משפט שכולם מכירים אותו. בית ראשון נחרב מפני 3 סיבות: עבודה זרה, גילוי עריות ושפיכות דמים. אלה 3 עבירות נוראות שהן היחידות שעליהן נאמר יהרג ואל יעבור. יתר העבירות יעבור ואל יהרג כפיקוח נפש דוחה הכל. למעט אלה 3 עבירות חמורות שחלילה נידון יהרג ואל יעבור. זה בית ראשון. בית שני שלא היו בו 3 העבירות האלה. מפני מה נחרב? אומרת הגמרא מפני שנאת חינם. הגמרא בגיטין ידועה עם קמצא ובר קמצא, שהסיבה לשנאה לא ידועה שם, אולי לא הייתה סיבה, זה שנאת חינם. בדור האחרון, אולי כבר כמה דורות, יש רבים בעם ישראל, אחיי ואחיותיי, שהם אוהבים את המשפט, אם הבית השני נחרב על שנאת חינם, איך ייבנה הבית השלישי במהרה בימינו? שתהיה בתוכנו אהבת חינם. כלומר, כמידת המשקל מול שנאת חינם, שהייתה סיבה לחורבן, תבוא אהבת חינם, תהיה סיבה לבניין הבית במהרה. אני מסכים לאהבה קודם, לא חינם. מספיק לאהוב בגלל שזה אח שלי, כי הוא יהודי כמוני. מבני אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, אז זה לא חינם אם אני אוהב אותו. אהבת חינם זה לא חינם. בואו נדבר על אהבה, גם לא בחינם. עצם העובדה שאנחנו בנים לאותם אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, ושרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, זה עושה אותנו כבר אובייקט לאהבה. זאת לא אהבת חינם, זה אהבת אמת.
I would now like to introduce the former Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel and Chief Rabbi of Yerushalayim, the Rishon LeZion Rav Shlomo Amar Shlita.
הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת אחים גם יחד. מה טוב ומה נעים מה שהישיבה, ישיבת הכותל, מכנסת דבריהם של רבנים מהארץ ומהעולם, כדי להתחזק ולחזק איש את רעהו יעזורו, ולחיב יאמר חזק. גם עכשיו נתאחד ונזכה לגאולה שלמה במהרה בימינו, אמן.
I would now like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Philadelphia Yeshiva and one of the Ziknei Rosh Yeshiva of our generation, Rav Shmuel Kamenetsky.
All of us that they received the Torah. The Torah teaches us the way we're supposed to live, the way we're supposed to behave. It teaches us how you're supposed to behave among people, how you're supposed to behave with parents, how to behave with friends. It teaches us relationships with one and another. Relationship is something that a person should feel that you're part of a society and you are part of Klal Yisrael when you think more of it. Part of Klal Yisrael means that you're mechuv to think, what can I do for my friends? What can I do for myself? First thing to think about doing yourself is what you can do for others. What you can do for others means that you are gaining, not only he's gaining. Because any time that you help somebody else, you're helping yourself also. Because it creates a new relationship with me and my friend. I gave something to him, so he received something from me. At the same time that he receives from me, I receive friendship from him. I become closer to Him. And closer to Him has no limitations. When we are speaking about Klal Yisroel, that we're speaking that Klal Yisroel, how do we look at our friends, our close friends, our neighbors? How do we behave? How do we behave with them? It's true that a person is supposed to behave with friends, with neighbors, even not Jewish neighbors. You also behave with derech eretz. You have to greet them. This Enushis Machayev that. It's called Menschlichkeit. In German, it's called Menschlichkeit. If you know what it means, Menschlichkeit, you're a Mensch. That's what Menschlichkeit means. So we have to think, what can we learn from one another? And we can learn so much from one another. So this is something that brings us too close together, and we are interested in one another. When interested, what's good for me is good for you. And if it's good for you, it's good for me also. And that's friendship. Friendship means that you are close to somebody else. You're not just for yourself. And we have to realize that every person in the world is not just himself. Of course, there are Klal Yisroel that have a closer relationship with others because we have the same chiyuvim, the same obligations we have that you have. Not each one what he was interested in himself. So this is something that I think that we should learn our entire life, especially when it comes to Tisha B'Av. It's a day that we mourn on the Beis Hamikdash, and then we realize what we are missing today. We're missing the closeness that a person has with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu means the Rebbeinu Shalom watches you and He gives you whatever you have, whatever you need. And when we realize what we need, so we ask the Rebbeinu Shalom, please help us with that. You don't always get what you answered, always answered exactly what you want. Sometimes you're not zeicha to that. But on the other hand, when we ask something, was negay Klal Yisroel, we're asking for. So then we have a different approach to the Rebbeinu Shalom too. When we ask not what I need, what we need Gilui Shechina. The Rebbeinu Shalom should open gates for us. He should open Eretz Yisrael for us. He should bring a Gula Shlema that we hope to be Zeche, and the mourning of Beis Hamikdash means that we're torn away from the Rebbeinu Shalom. But the Rebbeinu Shalom was Mizakeas that we are Zeche, that we can be, and we are hoping in this session the Rebbeinu Shalom Megala and the Soros to us and bring us back to Eretz Yisrael with Mashiach Tzidkenu Amen.
Amen. I'd like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva and Rosh Kollel of Yeshivas Minchas Asher, Rav Asher Weiss Shlita.
So it's a great schus for me to address this virtual gathering. In normal days, in normal circumstances, we would bring thousands of people together. These are not normal days, nor are they normal circumstances. So we take advantage of modern technology to address the people, to address the multitudes, and it's a big schus and a big privilege for me to be part of this great endeavor. We are in the midst of the 3 weeks, starting off Shavuos B'Tammuz and reaching a tragic climax on Tisha B'Av. 3 weeks of mourning of Avelis, remembering the destruction, Churban Beis Mikdosheinu V'Sifarteinu. It will be rebuilt by Ahavas Yisroel. Talmidei Chachamim Marabim Shalom B'Yolam. It is our challenge in this generation to bring people together, to bring them all into the same tent. Every Jewish soul, every Jew is precious, and there's a spark in every Jewish heart that will never be extinguished. We need to love them all and try to do our best to bring them all together. The great Hasidic master, the Noam Elimelech, Rebbe Melech Melechensky, in his very famous prayer, Tefillah, damens to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tein b'libeinu shenir'eh kol echad maris chavereinu v'lo chisronam. We should always see the beauty of every fellow Jew, the beauty of his character, the beauty of his neshama, v'lo chisronam. That's my tefillah, and that's my bracha to all of us.
I would now like to introduce Senior Rebbe at Yeshivat Hakotel and Rav of the Old City, Rav Avigdor Nevensal Shlita.
Good morning. We are nearing Tisha B'Av. First comes the 3 weeks of mourning, and then comes Tisha B'Av. Why are we mourning? We're sitting, Baruch Hashem, in Eretz Yisrael. Many Jews come to Eretz Yisrael. Why are we mourning? But we like to as a Kedusha of Beis HaMikdash. Beis HaMikdash was a place for the Shechina. Akadosh Baruch Hu wanted us to make a place for the Shechina, for the Luchos which Moshe Rabbeinu brought Sinai, for the Shechina, in order that we get from the Kedusha that we will be holy. We are holy, we are a holy nation, but we must become still more holy. Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Is Kadishtem v'yisem Kadishim." We must be always more holy. And in the Mikdash we had the Shechina. It gave us a place to become holy. So we had to bring our sacrifices there and come on Yontif there. And the Mikdash was not only a place for sacrifices and for praying, but there said the Sanhedrin, we had Ruach HaKodesh. After the Sanhedrin left Beis HaMikdash, there was no such Ruach HaKodesh. He couldn't pass clean din and Foshas after they didn't sit in Beis HaMikdash. The whole Kedusha of the Torah from Yisrael, place from the halakha, clear halakha comes, nobody can pass clean against the Sanhedrin. This was Beis HaMikdash. And the people came to see Kohanim b'avodah. We in Betuchosam, this gave them Kedusha. They saw the Melech Beis David sitting there, eating Klal Yisrael with Kedusha, with Ruach HaKodesh, and judging with Ruach HaKodesh. All this we lack. We have other sort of judges, and we lack the Sanhedrin, we lack everything. We have no prophets who should lead us with Ruach HaKodesh. Therefore, we have to sit and mourn the Beis HaMikdash on Tisha B'Av and wait for all these good things to come.
Together, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
Joining us from Yerushalayim is Rav Emanuel Feldman, a famous Orthodox rabbi. He was famously Rav in Atlanta for many years. He's written many books, some of which I've actually read. And his son, Rabbi Ilan Feldman, who's currently the Rav of the large Orthodox community in Atlanta, Welcome, Rabbi Feldman. Emmanuel, how important is it for you that your son follow in your footsteps?
Well, it was not just a matter of importance, it was a tremendous privilege to have our son follow. It wasn't always guaranteed that he would, but his following in my synagogue pulpit meant that the things I had tried to build up over the years would be enhanced, would be continuing to be built, and would be continued, even improved upon. So that is very, very important that that what I tried to establish was being continued.
And this is for Rabbi Ilan Feldman. How did you deal with that pressure and not feel that you were sort of living in your father's shadow? And how did it allow you to create your own identity, notwithstanding the fact that you were following in his footsteps and really following something that was of great importance to him?
Yeah, it's a good question. I wouldn't call it pressure. First of all, I inherited, thank God for my parents, may they live and be well. I inherited a very a matter-of-fact kind of a disposition towards Rabbanus, which means I didn't think it was any big deal. In retrospect, I see that through others' eyes, it might have been seen as a big deal, but from our point of view, it was just, okay, this is a job to do. And I never felt that I had to live up to an expectation from my parents. What I dealt with mostly, if there was anything negative, it was from people in the shul who would start meetings with your father always or your father never, or that kind of a thing. And over the years, I've learned to actually enjoy that. I walk into a hospital room to visit somebody who's sick, and I've been the rabbi for 30 years, 29 and a half years, and I'll walk into the room, and the first thing out of their mouth is, "How's your father?" So, which is fine. It's thank God, but it's an interesting experience. Yeah.
So let me follow that up, Rabbi Ilan. How important is it for children to feel that they are creating their own identity? Like, is that important, or do you just say, brakari davua? Like, is it important for a child to feel, hey, this is my identity, I've created this, I'm separate, I'm individual?
I don't think so. When you put it in those terms, I would say the two ways of taking that. My own identity means the whole thing's about me. How do I look? How do I compare? Am I better? Am I worse? Especially in Rabbanus, you're going to fail totally if you're worried about you. You always worry about you, but that can't be the big issue. If you're worried about the mission, and that's what my father was referring to, I think, before, when you're worried about the mission and what the cause is, so then it's not about, identity. It's just about, what do I stand for? So I was lucky enough to step into a Shulchan Aruch. My father and my mother together set up an unstated set of rules and expectations about what a Rav and what leadership is like in our community. And so I walked into a set table so that, for example, at board meetings, it was natural for them to say, pass a resolution, and they would say, subject to approval by the rabbi. Now that don't happen in most places, excuse the English. But that's because there was a certain respect and reverence, and my father really had set this up in a certain way. So it was, but it wasn't about my own identity.
So you're saying that the din yafa koyach haben mikoyach av, the carbon 8 is pshat, that he inherits and able to build on his shoulders, you Makayim.
Yeah, Baruch Hashem, I feel it every day, literally every day, that I'm sitting or standing kaviyachol on my father's shoulders. Yeah.
So Rabbi Emmanuel, as a sort of a senior rabbi, right, a statesman for Rabbanis, and Rabbanim are very involved in their constituents' families. So the Navi says, at least according to a few Rishonim, that it says, "V'heshiv leiv avos albanim." When Elio comes, the first thing he's going to be busy with is repairing the relationships between fathers and children, according to some Shatim. As a senior Rav who's probably sat through so many family, mediations and conflicts. Why is it so hard for fathers and sons to get along that this has to be the first thing Elio rectifies when he comes?
Well, a very good question. I want to answer it on several levels, but we only have a few minutes. But let me answer number one. First of all, we can read that pasuk from Malachi, Heshiv Leivovos Albonim, not just the rectifying of relationships between fathers and sons, but it could also mean in a deeper sense that when Eliyahu Hanavi comes, he will make it possible for us today to go back to the verities of the Avos, of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Leiv Avos Albonim, we'll understand who the Avos really were, and we'll accept them and make them part of our lives. That's a shot of what Malachi may have meant. He may have also meant on the other level that fathers and sons will be able to see eye to eye on things. It's always a problem because generations see things differently. The younger generation invariably sees things differently from what their fathers and mothers see things. It takes a very, very skilled parent to be able to convince a child that they're not behind the times, that they are really ahead of the times, and so forth. So in my own case, we were very fortunate that Rabbi Ilon and I never had problems about Avos Abonim. We always see eye to eye. And if we don't see exactly eye to eye, we manage because each of us has somewhat a different perspective on things. But fundamentally, within the framework of Torah, we feel that, as my wife and I both feel, that our children should be able to have a certain amount of flexibility and do whatever they need to be done within the framework of Torah. So once that's done, you're ready for Mashiach, because that means it's very, very difficult to do. But once you get it done, Heshiv Leivovos Abonim.
And so, Rabbi Ilan, continuing that theme, if you were to speak to the thousands of fathers listening to this and say, Elio's not here yet, but until then, this is what you can do so that you have less to repair when Elio comes, what would that be?
In a sentence, I would say, do not look at your son as a reflection of you, and don't let your son think that you want him to do well so that you look good or so that you can be proud. Make sure your son understands that you are invested in him in his own way, in his own derech, to choose his path, because you want him to succeed, because it's about him. It's not about you.
This is precise. May I interrupt a second? Can I say something?
Yeah, I cannot give my father permission to interrupt.
Yeah, I was going to say that this is one reason why the moment Elon took over the pulpit, we left Atlanta and went to Israel. So he had some chance to spread his own wings without us looking over his shoulder, without me looking over his shoulder. And that, I think it meant a great deal to him just for us not to be around, at least for that first year, which we took a sabbatical. And that's the point. It's not about us, it's not about him, it's about the mission that we're trying to accomplish. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but then again, a father has certain privileges.
So let me continue this, Rabbi Emmanuel. Is it a child's job to bring nachas to their parents? And does a parent have a right to say, look, your goal is to make me happy and satisfied? Is that a proper attitude towards parenting or not?
I think it's a very improper attitude. It's a very selfish, self-seeking attitude. That's not the job of a child to bring nachas to his parents. It's the job of a child to grow up and to be a mensch, to be a good Jew in the case of Jews, and to learn the Torah and keep it and so forth and so on. if that brings nachas, well and good, but that's not the idea. The purpose is to be a mensch and a good Jew.
Okay. Let me ask you both. I'll ask Rabbi Ilan. As a rabbi of a community, and I understand it's quite a large community, how are you able to balance your obligations to family with obligations to the community? Because a Rav is on duty very often 24, literally 7, including Shabbos, right? And the children shouldn't feel that in some way they were deprived of the intimate relationship that would otherwise exist, or time, etc.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And first of all, I think that my wife would answer how I was able to balance differently than I would answer how I was able to balance. All I can tell you is that when I was either absent or not regularly available to my kids, whether it was anything from private learning time to bath time to homework time to just playing together, whatever it is, when I wasn't or couldn't, I tried very hard not to say, I'm sorry, I'm busy, the shul, there's an emergency, somebody's sick in the hospital, because I realized that immediately I would be telling them that it's either them or me. In other words, and I didn't want them to feel like I was, that I had two competing interests. So I would simply, I would not explain. I would simply say, I'll be home later, or I won't be able to learn tonight, or something like that. But it wasn't somebody else won over you. Obviously, when there are emergencies and things like that, they understood it. But when I grew up, for example, in my parents' home, I never had the feeling that that my father's calling somehow came at my expense. Even though when I look back, I know there were many times when he was not where he wanted to be in terms of the family, but I never had that sense that it came at my expense. I think that's the all too often when we are busy with one thing and can't do another, we blame the thing we're busy with. And that tells the other person that they're in competition. And children don't want to be in competition with anybody else for their parents.
Okay. May I add to that from the parent's perspective? As Yolande says, there's inevitably in the life of a rabbi is going to be conflicting times where he's just not available to his wife or children. But one day of the week, he is available, and that should be Shabbos. So we have tried, my wife and I tried over the years to severely limit the guests that we would have at our table on Friday night and or Shabbos, severely limit, because that was the only time that we could spend time with our children. Sometimes we didn't see them all week. They're busy, I was busy, so forth. But then when you have like 4 or 5 guests or even one guest on a Friday night, the natural tendency of the host is to give your attention to the guest, make them comfortable, and so forth and so on. And you lose the focus of your children. So therefore, that was one, it's not a secret, but it's one fact that we try to live by as a growing family, is to give our attention to the children on Friday nights and Shabbos as much as possible, even though that meant that we were not able to host many people on Shabbosim.
Fascinating. Rabbi Emmanuel, let me continue. What do you value most about your relationship with Rav Ilan?
That's a very good question. I mean, how much do I love you? Let me count the ways. There's so many things I value most about him. First of all, he's a very good rabbi, which in every way, he's compassionate, he's learned, he cares, he's organized, and so forth. So he does a very good job as a rabbi. He has great talents, and what I value most is his integrity, his intellectual honesty, and his genuine piety, his genuine frumkeit. It's not something he wears on his sleeve, but genuinely a Yerei Shomayim, as is his wife. And without a good wife like that, I know that because I have a good wife. Without a good wife like Rabbi Elon has, all the integrity in the world is not going to get you to a cup of coffee. He has a great deal of integrity. People recognize it. They recognize his leadership qualities, and that gives us great nachas.
And Rabbi Elon, let me ask you the same question. What do you value most about your relationship with your father, Tzalanga Yarin?
Well, I can honestly say that the title Avi Umari really fits. In other words, I feel like my parents and my father as a Rav set such a model in a natural way. My father rarely ever directly told me something about life or what should be done or shouldn't be done, but in his casual, relaxed way, just modeled standards. And so what I value the most is the hadracha that I received without knowing that I was receiving hadracha. So that, and to this day, the older I get, Baruch Hashem, I'm zocheh to be, I am now older than my father was when he retired. But now, as the older I get in this position, the more chachma I realize my father had in terms of just setting an example. So that's what I value the most, is just the fact that my father managed to set a standard in a natural way, without speeches, without tension, without assertion, just being.
Okay, so Rabbi Elon, let me ask you a question that I had previously asked your father, but I'd like your take on it. If you had to give some advice to parents, two or three, you want to have really good, you don't want to have the problem that Elio is going to fix, what would it be? What would that advice sound like?
Well, I think we, I don't want to repeat myself, but I'll add something. You take yourself out of the picture. It cannot be about how it looks. You don't want it shouldn't be about what the neighbors think. It shouldn't be what it looks like in the community. It needs to be simply working with each individual child. And every child likes to feel like they have their own derech. And and therefore a parent needs to identify and support the uniqueness of each child, and be willing to let that child's uniqueness be expressed, even though it might not be the personality of the parent. So, and sometimes one sibling will be dramatically different from the other, and they'll be products of the same household, and you have to kind of work with the personality as opposed to trying to get them to conform. And I don't want to get too carried away here, but I would just say that conformity is one of the worst things in the world. And we in the Frum community, as we know, we struggle very much with the pressures of conformity, but that conformity ends up turning people into measuring themselves by others, and then they have no self. So a parent wants to give a child the child's self, and that means knowing their uniqueness and going with it.
Let me just add to that. You see, Avram was Midas HaChesed, and Yitzchak is Midas Hadin, which is black and white, 180 degrees removed. And yet, Elul told us Yitzchak ben Avram. Avram Hailud is Yitzchak. And Yaakov sort of finds what advice would both Rabbanim give? We talk about giving, a theme here has been giving their child their own identity, not superimposing your ego on theirs. Look at them as individuals. What do we do when a child wants to leave Darkei Avaisav? When he doesn't say Masi Yagiyu Maisei Lamaisei Avaisai, but he wants to leave. Do we still respect that child's wishes or not? We're not talking about a young child. We're talking about maybe an older teenager, somebody where he already has his own bechira in a way. He's his own person. How do we deal with it then, from a chinuch point of view?
Rabbi Emmanuel, do you want to take a try?
The reason I was silent is because it's a very, very difficult question. It happens all too often today in the United States. It has happened in the past, but it's happening more often today in the United States than ever. And I don't really have a good solution to that, because the thing is this: one has to raise a child from the time the child is born until he grows up to try to avoid such things. In other words, if you follow all the directives that Rabbi Elon just mentioned, let the child be an individual, but keep certain reins and certain frameworks in what he's doing, then you can avoid that. But when a child is 17 or 18, he's no longer a child, he's almost an adult, he's really an adult, and he wants to go off the derech, it's very, very difficult. One thing one should not do is cut ties with him. One should maintain close relationships with him no matter what he does. One should keep working with him. One should not be obvious that he's working with him. I still love you, or maybe learn with him. There are all kinds of things that one can do. But the ikar, the main thing is to try to prevent the thing from happening years and years before it happens. But I'll let Rabbi Elon has more immediate experience with this in his rabbinate, because remember, I've been out of the pulpit for 28 or 29 years now. Anyway, give it over to Rabbi Elon for his analysis.
I apologize for asking the hard questions, but if we're not going to ask our most experienced senior rabbanim, who are we going to ask these questions to?
And your experienced senior rabbanim says he doesn't know. Okay.
I would add to my father's words. I would say that first of all, let's get the landscape. A parent is confronted with a 17, 18-year-old who either in action or actually in words says that he's just not buying into this and he doesn't want to live this way. But first of all, the parent's got to deal with himself, as we were saying, and the parents got to realize this is not about you. This is about the child's well-being. First of all, being straight. In so many words, the child's got to understand, I, the father, believe in absolutely, positively, without any question, that there is a Borei Olam and there's a Torah, and that we're created to live for this. And I believe that one who doesn't live according to the Torah has no reason to live. And you will only discover that on your own. You will never discover that because I said so. I didn't discover that because my father said so. I discovered that on my own. I was given the opportunity to discover that. So therefore, I love you. And because I love you, I want you to live your life as a frum Jew. And I will continue my relationship with you till the end of days, unless you are impudent or offensive, or unless you are destructive. But other than that, I have to have some boundary with the rest of the family. But other than that, I will continue. You know what I believe in, emes lamito, and meanwhile, I want you to be able to explore so that you will come to the emes on your own. If I can help you, please let me. If I can't, there's nothing I can do. But one has to be straight and blunt about it. I think the love the prevalent wisdom now is, and I think it makes a lot of sense, love has got to be shown. The tough love of get out of my house, I love you, but you can't live here, doesn't work, because most of the children at that age who are wandering off the derech are not doing so intellectually. The intellectual deviations are not what drives kids. What drives kids is hypocrisy, meanness, inconsistency, either in the adults in their lives or in the community themselves. And kids can't stand inconsistency. So what they need is love. They don't need any intellectual arguments.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
Rabbi Emmanuel, how would you be mechanech a son who's struggling with the inconsistencies he may see in his community?
Well, you first of all, if he sees inconsistencies in you, then you have a problem. So you, that is the rabbi, the father himself, has got to live a consistent life. He can't tell the son to go daven in the morning minyan and while he's still staying in bed. He can't tell the son not to smoke, for example, while he's smoking. So he's got to be consistent in himself. The son will notice the consistency and will act accordingly. So that's number one step, is you as a father have to live a consistent life. As Rabbi Elon says, there's nothing that turns a kid off more than seeing phoniness. And you've got at least to find non-phoniness or integrity within his home. You've got to keep playing on that, on the fact, on the consistency of integrity of your own life.
I want to pick up on that, and this is actually kind of personal, and I know there are, any number of people will be watching this, but I think it's worth sharing. There was, with one of my sons, there was a time when I felt that he was very distant from me and would not even walk near me when we walked to shul or anything like that. So one day I confronted him, so to speak, and I said, I want to know what's going on. Why I slow down, you slow down. I speed up, you speed up. We come into a bris, you never walk in with me. What's going on? And he didn't want to tell me. Finally, after a continued request, I implored him to let me know what's bugging you. He said to me these words, very, very quietly, you speak too much Lashon Hara. Now, I think I'm very careful about Lashon Hara. My wife and I are very careful not to talk about people and things and frustrations. At that moment, I was confronted with something, and in an instant, I knew this could be a life changer. Either I say to him, but I'm careful about Lashon Hara. No, I don't. You're misunderstanding. We don't speak Lashon Hara against Lashon Hara. Or I could say, you are right. I am working on it. It's something that I have to deal with and something I want to do better on. And in so doing, I'm giving my son an example of reality, which is no parent has it all together. No parent has everything all worked out. And every parent has avoda. And so that's what I did. I said to him, I'm so glad you mentioned it. It's something that I need to work on, and I'm going to do better and better with the help of Hashem. I don't know if that made a difference. I don't even know if that son remembers that conversation. But for me, it was a major deal because I realized then I was given an opportunity to demonstrate how an adult struggles and strives and grows.
Wow. Well, what an honor to have two great Rabbanim. And I think you tackled a lot of difficult topics. And on behalf of everybody, I'd like to thank you for sharing so many private thoughts.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait?
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel. Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
So joining us from Milwaukee is the Milwaukee Rebbe and his Rebbitzin Fagi, and from Chicago, their son, Rabbi Ephraim, This is a Hasidic dynasty that goes all the way back to Haran Steipel, I guess Sanz on some level. Welcome, a great honor to have you.
Thank you.
Please.
So I'd like to ask you, Rabbi, I want to ask you a simple question, but I think it's important. Why do we have children?
Why do we have children?
Who are you addressing the question to?
Rabbi.
The rabbi, the Rebbe. Why do we? But you're all welcome. Why do we have children? I mean, besides the fact that it's a mitzvah aseh pruruvu. If you ask the brisk, you would say it's a mitzvah aseh. Besides the mitzvah aseh.
I think part of just the general human DNA is there is an understanding of a profound intuitive understanding in the human spirit that there is something immortal about man, and the Rebbeinu Shalom intends that immortality to be experienced in a relationship with him, but it is also experienced in a sense that if we can move something of ourselves into the future, that will be an expression of our immortality and the eternity of our being. So I think everywhere there is this internal sense, this internal drive to move something of ourselves into the future. And I think that above and beyond the mitzvah, I think that that's something that everybody wants to do, because it's a way in which they can leave something of themselves and make a mark. So even people who don't have children for whatever reason have a need to leave something of themselves. It may be in music, and it may be in literature, and maybe in acts of kindness to others, or that makes it. There's something of this legacy aspect.
And I'd like to add on to what the Rebbe said, that I believe the Ramban on the pasuk Kanisi ish es Elokim. So Rashi teaches Kanisi ish im Elokim, but the I created it with God. But the Ramban says when Adam Arishan heard he was going to die, he was mitzvah that he wouldn't be there to be Makabel Pnei Mashiach for the end of time. So he said, with my child, I will be there at the end. So through my child, I've regained my relationship with Kaviyachal. That's what he teaches Kanisi Ish Elokim, like the Rebbe is saying, I believe. Rebbetzin, what would you say?
1 second, there's another aspect to it, which is, for those, as the rabbi said, who don't have children, the pasuk that says, "V'nosati lachem yad v'shem asher tov mibanim umibanos." So a yad v'shem, like the deeds of a person, are in a sense, for those who don't have children, their deeds are even more powerful in terms of what they leave behind, even than children.
Rabbi Ephraim, what would you, the younger generation, what would you say?
So just to complement the words of my parents, we actually find in that the Rebbeinu Shalom says, Ki yadativ, when he talks about Avraham Avinu, he says, Ki yadativ, why do I love Avraham Avinu? Because he's going to command his family after him to observe the way of Hashem. So even though Avraham Avinu passed 10 nisyonis, the Rebbeinu Shalom doesn't say, I love him because he passed 10 nisyonis. No, put that all aside. What is most favorable to the Rebbeinu Shalom, what the Rebbeinu Shalom loves most, is the continuity of his malchus. the continuity of Malchus Shemaim. That is the whole entire purpose of creation, was that there should be Malchus Shemaim in the world. And when we have children that we can give over our Messiah to. And as my parents said, this doesn't only address people that have children. It could be Talmidim, or just people that learn from us by example. We're giving over, we're transmitting Malchus Shemaim to the next generation. There is nothing more favorable to the Rebbeinu Shalom than that. That's why we find that Chosin Miyayim Chupasai, Chosin and Akala, on the day of all the sins are forgiven. What happened? Pshat is that they're involving themselves in the entire purpose of creation, which is bringing and transmitting Malchus Shemaim to the next generation, so that it has continuity for eternity.
Okay. The Twerskys are anomalies. You're a Hasidic Rebbe in Milwaukee, which is, it's not Borough Park, it's not Flatbush, it's not Lakewood, it's not Muncie, it's not Yerushalayim. How do you bring up such erliche children in really, I mean, when it says Arba Kanfais Aretz, I think Milwaukee, to a New Yorker is certainly one of them. How do you able to foster and not lose the Heimishkeit, the Messiah, in such a secular and foreign environment? And Befrat, we have, when we have so many thousands of the Heilige Shluchim who live in foreign environments, I think this is something that they would probably be interested in hearing.
So my parents were quite unique in the fact that they were able to create this little island. And there really was nothing in Milwaukee. And there was an immigrant population. When I grew up, the entire Kehila were immigrants, most of whom had come over in the early 1920s, 1930s. And after 1945, there was an influx of the survivors. So that was kind of the initial environment of the Kehillah, but there were very few young people. When I was growing up, there was myself, my twin brother, and two other, they were cousins of each other that had grown up in a frum home. We had no friends. There was nobody else for us. So it really was something in our home, and I believe that the ingredients were, number one, it was a home that in which my parents respected each other, and in which they respected us. The way in which they looked at us, even though they didn't make very, very specific demands of us, but the way in which they looked at us, and there was a great deal of love for us, and there was a sense of they respected us. They respected not only who we were at the time, but and we as young children had that sense that they had a certain trust in not only in who we were, but what we could be. And we always felt that sense of the fact that they believed in us. And I think that made a tremendous difference and we had a pride in who we were, and my children were growing up in an environment which at the time, our children, yes, remember that, our children also grew up in a time when Milwaukee did not have a whole lot of kids who were their age, who were religious, but they were very proud of who they were. And it was that pride that influenced other children to come from, and through the children, their homes became from. So I think those were some of the primary ingredients.
I think it also has to be noted that this was before the time that there was all of the social media, all of the technology, all of the things that are so compelling and lure kids away. I mean, I would like to think that even if that were the case at the time, that our children could have remained intact. But certainly today, it's really a much more daunting task to bring up children with a Mesorah, no matter where you live.
So how do you do it, Rebbe?
How we do it is, I think that what the Rabbi, you create an environment within the home that the Rabbi spoke about. One of, first of all, shalom bayis is a nikkur, shalom bayis between parents. The other thing is also a lot of davening. You daven a lot of tillim, and it doesn't hurt. Also, I mean, at the time when my father did the shidduch, my father was Foltechena Rov. He was from Europe. He had been. We were survivors, and he came to this country. My husband, is American born. And of course, his family, when we came to America, we settled in New York. And then here is a shidduch with my husband who lives in Milwaukee in Midbar. And my father had a very close relationship with the Satmar, with the oil. He was not a Satmar, he was a Vishnitza, but he had a very close relationship. And he went to the Satmar and he told him about the shidduch, and he wanted to know, should he send his daughter to a place like Milwaukee? And the Satmar said to him, don't worry about it. He said, their children and grandchildren will be at least as ehrlich as your other grandchildren who are going to grow up in either New York or Yerushalayim or wherever. So you have nothing to worry about. That's all to get the haskama of a Rebbe, of the Satmar.
So you talk about the environment at home and the respect. Let me start to a Maisa. I heard over that the Lechovitcher Rav, an ignorant farmer, came to him and he said, Rebbe, it says, Boy ato banecha ve'ishtecha el hateva. Hashem says to Noach. He says, how did Noach and his wife and children fit into a word?
Right.
All the Chassidim started laughing. And the Lechovitcher said, he said, you ungetapped up is heilig. He said, when there's a whirlwind out, when there's a mabel in the world, the only way to save your children is bring them into a dialogue together. Respect them, talk to them. I'd like to ask,
in the sense of that the Rebbe was saying just now, and specifically in regard to your question, we have to be very discreet about what we allow into our homes with regard to technology. If we are irresponsible and allow our children the access to the open media without some kind of discipline and filter, then we're guilty of destroying this. It'll corrode their minds. It will corrode their feelings. The power of the street is enormous, and standing up against it and expecting young people to stand up against it is a bit much.
So I want to go back to the question, and maybe Rebbe Ephraim, I'll give it with a different nusach. What you did in Milwaukee, growing up in Milwaukee, is a little bit of a sort of a stepping stone to what every child growing up in Borough Park, Flatbush, Monsey Lake has today, because you were in a friar street, a secular street. Today, because of media, even growing up in a home, you can be living in a secular street, right? What did your parents do to insulate you from that secular street and allow you to keep the Messiah?
Are you're talking to me?
Yes.
I don't remember ever my parents telling me not to do anything in a matter of insulating me. I mean, we didn't have a TV. We were the only family in Milwaukee that didn't have a TV. But I tell the truth, I grew up feeling privileged that I didn't have a TV. It was a sense that we were given at home that we're made of we're different because we're perhaps on a higher level and we're held to a higher standard, and it was this tremendous covenant for us. So I didn't really feel like I was being held back, or you use the word insulated. I think it was just naturally that way, but it was a sense of honor. It was like carrying a badge of honor.
Came from Reimamus.
Yep. I just wanted to mention my grandfather, my father's father. When he was asked many years after he had come to Milwaukee, how is life in Milwaukee? He responded, I don't know, I never left on a stipple. So that's he basically transported the Haif of Hanastipel into Milwaukee, and it's still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. There's a Chassam Sofer in the beginning of Parashat Shemos. The Chassam Sofer says, "As Yaakov ishu beisai bo." Chassam Sofer says that the reason why Yaakov's children remained faithful, despite the fact that they were in Eretz Haaretz, they were in Mitzrayim, because ishu beisai bo, Yaakov Avinu brought his home along. He didn't allow the culture of Mitzrayim to infiltrate the home, and that's how he remained. His children remained the Shiftei Kol despite being in Mitzrayim, and it's very, very much the case with the way we grew up. We grew up in the Haif, in the Hanastipel.
Yeah. Mishkan Esayach Yisrael. The Mishkan of Klal Yisrael is portable.
Yeah.
And we can put it wherever we want.
Right, but it's the home. It's not the shul.
Wherever the Shechina Shruya Veineim, that's where the Mishkan of Klal Yisrael is. How do you, as public figures, as parents, how do you deal with, you have tremendous obligations to the tzibur, people calling all time, a day or night. How does that invasion on your time and privacy not create with the children some type of resentment or the spouse? Like, who do I belong to? Am I second? How do we maintain that dialogue and family unit with all the needs of the tzibur? How do we balance that? Whoever wants to take that question.
I'll start, and then I'm going to. First, number one, I think, and some of this is pretty much out there in the literature, but it's not so much the quantity of time that you give to your family; it's the quality of time. So the fact that there is an invasion of time that we are accessible to a tzibur does not negate the fact that we can give quality time, even though it's not necessarily a whole lot, but what we can do in that little bit of time is very telling. And then there's always the issue of prioritization and what are the things that we do allow to invade our time? Because if our children see that our caring and our response for others is something that we turn to, even when it means that we have to give up sleep or give up a meal, we're setting a precedent. We're role modeling for them, and that's also, in a certain sense, being there for them. It's not always always the spending time playing chess with them or something. It's the fact that we are there in a way in which they understand that life, the home is a place where life is taking place.
Yeah, I wanted to amplify that thought and say that really it's not them and us. So it's not like here it's our family, and then there are those out there who we're catering to that are an intrusion on our family and our time. What really we've always felt is that these people become our family, and we love them. We love them like family, and we care about them like family. And all of these people, I mean, thank God we've raised generations in our community of our chevra that Kinara, they themselves, they came from all sorts of backgrounds, but they themselves Kinara have children and grandchildren, and we shep nachas from them like we do of our own children. And I know that my son, we get calls constantly about our son Reb Ephraim, and somebody just stopped me the street the other day and said to me, you know, I love your son. He says, I really, really love your son. He was there for me in good times and in good times. I really love your son. And his community, whenever we come there, it's just one big family, just like ours is over here in Milwaukee. So when it's not them and us, it makes a huge difference. And
Beautiful.
Many times the people who came into our home Friday nights, and we had, sometimes our children would have to sit, my son will remember they'd sit in the kitchen because there wasn't room at the table. But these people did for our children what we didn't have time. They'd sit in the living room and read them stories. I didn't often get a chance to read them stories. They would take them on trips to the library or whatever. They became part of the family.
Beautiful. Rebbe, so let me follow up with a different question. What do you value most about your relationship with your son, Rebbe Ephraim?
How many weeks and months do you have?
We only have a few minutes.
What I value most, you know what? I tell people that I can't take any credit for our son Rebbe Ephraim. He was born a tzaddik. He was born a tzaddik. He was born so special that maybe I shouldn't say this for people to hear. I don't want any ayin haras on him. Kinahara, poo, poo, poo. But he is, like you say in Yiddish, spiegel sich in him. I look at him, and if there's nothing else that I'll have accomplished with my life, but to have had a son like him, I'm okay.
Rebbe Ephraim, what do you value most about your relationship with your parents?
Well, as my mother said, there's not enough time in the world for me to be able. Yeah, it's true, very true. They know, and I think everyone else knows that that whatever I have become, whatever that's worth, is to their credit. They've been my role models, and they still are my role models. I mean, really, there's nothing that I do that I don't think, what would my parents do in this situation? And I try to emulate that. They are just everything. There is nothing in my life that I do without asking myself that question.
I'll say Yagi Umaisai. Umaisai Avaisai.
I should know that on my stender and shul. That's what it says.
You know, there was a Heilige Yid in Yerushalayim Rabbi Yisrael Shimon Kastelanitz, and I went to him once on Purim before I left Eretz Yisrael as a bacha. He was old Slonim Alti Yerushalayim, and I asked him. He had beautiful mices, and he was very old. I said, Rabbi Yisrael Shimon, sagt mir a masa. Tell me over a story. Sagt er, ein masa. So he looked at me, he said, you don't ein masa. Musa yagia masa la masa vaisa. I'd like to ask the Rebbe in closing. We know that it's a natural, just like before you spoke about natural, we want to pass on a legacy. It's also a natural in every child. There's the terrible twos. But more than that, every child wants to create his own identity. We see that by the Ahavas. Avram was Midas HaChesed. Yitzchak is diametrically opposed, is Din, right? And yet, so how did you bring up children that on one hand say, want to emulate you and your Heilige Rebbetzin, but at the same time don't feel squashed or the inability, to create their own identity, because there's a dichotomy there. If you're going to be my Spiegel, then how do you create yourself? But you've managed to create healthy children, notwithstanding that very elemental human struggle. How have you done that?
I'll tell you, the simple truth is that I left the raising of my children to the Rebbetzin. She is the one. I trusted her intuition, and generally speaking, she was the one who spent the most kind of quality time with them, and I tried to get out of the way. But to whatever extent I was involved, I think that both the Rebbetzin and I were able to individuate. We were able to see what the kids were able to do in their own unique ways. We fostered that and encouraged it, and tried to support the fact that they were different, and we have 11 children. They are as different from one another as kids can be. At the same time, there is a basic common denominator amongst all of them, of integrity, of wanting to contribute, wanting to give. All of them have that fundamental that foundation. But and I think that we tried as best as we could to understand those differences and to encourage them. So that's pretty much, I believe, one of the keys to our success.
If I may interrupt, there's a story that the Shinivaruv was conducting himself very, very, very differently than his father, the Son Zeruv. And when he was asked why he conducts himself so differently than his father, the Shinivaruv answered, "I do exactly what my father did. He didn't conduct himself like his father, and so I'm not going to conduct himself like my father." That's what the Shinivaruv said. And your question, that despite the Mosei Giyomais, the Masa Vaisai, how we establish our own identity, is because that's exactly what our parents did. Despite them following their Messiah, we watched them create their own identity. And I think that each and every one of us are just learning by example.
I'd like to just add one small point here, and the nachas the greatest nachas I have, among others, but I get great nachas that my children, Baruch Hashem, who are so different from each other, love each other so much and respect each other so much. There's so many times when Rabbi Ben Zion, our oldest son, will be giving a shir, and he'll be quoting Rabbi Ephraim, and vice versa. And when they need something where the other one has expertise or has more of a grasp of a situation, they'll call each other and get advice or get insight from the other one. And I can tell you that for a mother, certainly, there's nothing that warms my heart more than that.
Well, thank you very much to the esteemed, great, holy Twersky family for spending the time with us.
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
We have the honor of joining us from Yerushalayim, Hagoyin Rebbe Goldvich, Rosh Yeshiva in YU, Yeshivas Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan, and his very successful and accomplished son Itiel, who's the head of the Israeli division of Esha Torah. He's associate rabbi to Rabbi Beryl Wein, the famous author. Welcome, Reb Meir and Itiel.
It's supposed to be here.
So, Reb Meir, the Mishnah, I believe it's in Idiyah, says that the pasuk says, "V'heishiv le'vavo yisal banim," that the first thing that Eliyahu is going to do when he comes, he's not going to be makar of the rechaikim. He's not going to put people in the mikveh. He's not going to put people back in yeshiva. What's he going to do? B'losh in the Mishnah Idiyah, he's going to be marbe shalom ba'olam, and in particular, avos albanim. It would seem that many fathers and children have difficult times getting along, right? Unlike you and your very successful son. But why would you say, why is that the example of bad relationships that need to be fixed, avos albanim, first job of Eliyahu?
Before we start, I would like first to say, honor and pleasure every time to have conversation with you for many years. Bezat Hashem, we will do this many, many years. With b'riut and bracha and simcha.
Amen.
Years ago, generation was 40 years. 40 shana Achdut b'dor. Later, 20 years. In our time, generation, maximum 3 years. The gap between parents and children changed so quick. Sometimes is big gap. This creates sometimes tension. This can many times misunderstanding. Create many times for the next generation do not understand how it's important to connect ourselves to generation ago. The first challenge, first mission, Melech HaMashiach, explain to every one of us, we cannot build future is not relate to the past. This is the reason also, one of the reasons, when you come to the cemetery, Minhag Yisrael to put stone on the grave. Stone in Hebrew is heaven. Heaven, the acronym of the word, Av Ben Nechet, father, son, grandson, Ima, bat, nechda, mother, daughter, granddaughter, in this way, to show us and to say to our parents and grandparents, Ima, Abba, the place where you stop, we build as a floor. We cannot build, we cannot connect ourselves to the past. And we know, when we talk about Galut, the Raided mentioned, we talk about years. When we talk about redemption, we talk about generation. Because this is the mission of the nations, all the history, split between generations. And in our time, also the high-tech in our time, and everything that we have create this kind of environment. For this reason, this is a first challenge. When we have this, we can build above this everything.
So Itiel, what did your father do to foster that he was able to sort of skip this generational gap and get into the eyes of Gen Xers? Like, what did he do?
First of all, you can see it right here. It's that passion. It's that passion and shuka. We grew up with that passion. You know, I had a friend of mine who told me, he's like, you guys always have music playing in your ears, just the rest of us don't hear it. We grew up with I think a lot of simcha, a lot of openness, we weren't, I never thought that we were put into any specific box, but rather into the box of a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Whatever it is you do, you need to be doing it, l'shem shamayim, be mechaber l'shem shamayim, to, you know, b'chol brachecha de'eyu, and the rest is up to you, you know? And I think part of the hardship of a generational gap, I mean, I'm already starting to see with my kids, a lot of times as parents, we view our children as an extension of ourselves. So we want them to go a certain way that we believe is the appropriate extension of ourselves. But on the other hand, we want them to be independent. And it's sort of this paradox that we have in chinuch. We want them to continue in what we believe is the right path, but we also want them to be independent and to feel empowered. I think that's where parents sometimes have a hard balance. And Baruch Hashem, I look at my parents, and I think that's what we got. We got that the extension of the Masorah was very clear. It was whatever you do should be a way to be Mekadesh Shem Shemaim in this world. Whatever you do should be with Talmidei Chachamim. I would say those are the two core values we grew up on. Everything else is up to you. I think it's that balance that we need to teach also to the next generation, because you want there to be an extension, but you can't micromanage the extension because then it gets too difficult on the kids. You should just set the core rocks and values that are the unbreakables. Those becomes and those are so wide, and there's so much room for individuality in it. And I believe that's the type of chinuch we got at home. And I think that gave us the flexibility to feel that whatever it is we're doing it because of ourselves and not necessarily because I was forced into it or my father.
Renee, you know, it says, just to respond to what you said, it says Tishbi, Eliyahu Tishbi. So the Gemara said, the Chazal say Tishbi Yatari Tkoshus Abayis. They say it was Tishbi. So I remember years ago I saw in some Pirish, he says, why is Eliyahu going to be Mataritz all the Teikus? Why not my Rabbeinu? Right, Moshe, you know, and he said because Moshe wasn't there. He doesn't understand what it means to tell a kid how to use an iPhone. He doesn't know what an iPhone is. He never heard of the internet, right? But Eliyahu is here every day with us. The one who's there with you, he's the one who could be Mataritz the Kashis, not somebody who's so many generations separated.
Moreover, Eliyahu, you mentioned, we find them all the time in the doorway. Stay in the doorway night of Pesach, never walk in, because he know it's important to combine inside and outside. Person with all his essence, the doorway, stay in the doorway of the cave of Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Elazar. Stay in the doorway, Gemara in Masechet Brachot, Rabbi Yossi walk into the old building in Yerushalayim, and he teach them how it's important to combine himself with what happened inside.
Okay, which leads me to my next question. This generation, I would argue, has a challenge that no generation that preceded it had it in so powerful a way, and that is the internet. We're a little boy who's 10 years old, he's given access to a computer with 2 wrong keystrokes, could be places where his Eltazed wasn't at 90 never saw, right? How should we be mechanech our children in these very scary times where the entire world could be at a 10-year-old's? Children are growing up so quickly. That unique challenge to chinuch, I ask you both as a mechanech par excellence, as a world-famous speaker, as a parent, a successful parent, how do we, do we go into denial? There are many homes where they don't allow the internet. There are homes they allow the internet. It's like having guns on the table. What do we do?
First, we need to say, כל מה שברא הקדוש ברוך הוא בעולמו לא ברא אלא לכבודו. Everything that we have in this world is clean, לכבוד שמיים. When we know to explain this in the right way, this makes all the rest more easy. It means internet, what Kodesh Baruch Hu give to our generation, give us opportunity to spread Torah from one side of the world to the other side of the world. It means this is necessary. How we teach them, how we build life for our children, use this in the right way. First example. They see I'm not addictive. I don't look every minute. I have also time to look of people. They see me when I go to Daven, Chazarat Hashatz, don't check my emails. They see, use this in the right way, immediately this go to affect our children. Because on one end, if we want to give to our children something what is very necessary for the growth of them, we take this very serious, but in the same time, we do something else what is also necessary and serious. But we don't know how to do this in the right way. This affect also the first one. I mean, if I show to my children, use this in the right way, not all the time, I bring them, share with me what I see, how we can learn from this, how is great. I need to build first before all the filters. We understand how this kli and one end is unbelievable. In a positive way. Once they understand and I show this to them, it's more easy to protect them from their own way.
So Rabbi Tia, let me follow up what your father's saying. The Gemara says that Masechtas Avodah Zarah of Avraham Avinu was 400 prakim. So I believe that the Mefarshim explained that Avodah Zarah was a very big issue in his time. It inundated their lifestyle. So their discussions are not relevant to us today. It's still Mavatal, Yitzra Avodah Zarah. So today for Avodah Zarah is a skinny Masechta. They learn in Daf Yomi once it really has a lot of other halachas, etc. But for the most part. But do you believe, you have young children, Israel is one of the most connected technological societies in the world. Do you believe that we don't have a Masechtas internet in Chinuch? I don't know of a single yeshiva. I don't know any parents who talk to their kids about, look, there's Masechtas Avodah Zarah B'Zmanenu is internet. And these are the rules, and these are the laws, but it's sort of, we just slide right into it. How are you going to be mechanech your children about internet?
I mean, I'll be mamshech with where my father left off. I think we're creating that Masechta right now. And we have to realize that it's a parsha. I think Gedolei Yisrael actually realized that this will be a big sugya early on. Remember when they came out with like kosher phones? I remember that. They're like, well, kosher, well, you need a hechsher on a phone. And it was a little bit ridiculed, but they foresaw that it was going to be a major issue of our generation. I think it is. And we bring down always that the word yetzer is the shorsh of the word yetzirah. There's the same koyach over there. You have a yetzer, but it's also the potential to build something. But it could be a kli that could be used yetzer or for yetzirah. Right now, our conversation across the world happening through the tool of the internet. I think the yeshivas have realized the koach right now during this pandemic, COVID-19, the koach of connecting between worlds and the amount of Torah that is being spread through it is phenomenal. And I think we need to get to that stage. I think there should be certain ground rules. And I think a filter in every home should be a necessity, just like you have regular kashrus. I think every home should have, and it shouldn't be like, oh, you're frum, and therefore you have a filter. It's like the basic. If you're a Jew, you can have internet, but you also have to have a filter. And I think once we have a basic misgarret of what to work in, and then the rest goes back to what my father was saying. It's really my sheet. And I'll tell you, I'm on the internet. I'm on the internet. I do videos. They go out there. People comment on it. And even for myself, I see that sometimes it's a challenge of, am I a good example for the kids or not? They don't know that I'm answering someone's email about a halachic shaila or about a hashkafic discussion or having a program. But if I become too addicted to it, and I'm cautious that I am becoming, because it sucks us into it and it becomes a part of our life and an extension of our connection. But we all know that it ruins the real personal relationships that we want. So it's really setting ourselves the boundaries. And if we don't set ourselves the boundaries before we get into it, so then it's a very hard milchama win. So it's in our hands to turn this Yetzer into a superpower of Yetzira, of creation and creativity.
But the Gemara says that when they were Mavatal, Yetzer Hara Darayas, eggs, the chicken stopped laying eggs the next day. It's the same, right?
That's right.
So let me ask you a BTL question. When you have such a big father, every son wants to develop their own identity, right? How do you grow up with your own identity and not feel threatened by the shadow of your father?
Ooh, this is the classic rabbi's son question. You know, the rabbi's son syndrome is like you grow up in your father's shadow. Baruch Hashem, a very big shadow. And growing up in the yeshiva, my whole life I grew up in the yeshiva. That was our shul, that was our base mentor. So it was always my father's son, and I think you have to grow up to develop your own name. It's an adjustment. My father always pushed me to have a kesher with other rabbanim as well, to find my own chelek through another rebbe. I felt that was, my father is my rebbe, but he also pushed me to make sure to have a kesher with other rabbanim, and that helped me out very much. And again, it goes back to what I said in the beginning. We were never put into a box. We were put into the box of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, of like, you have to be whatever you choose to do in your life, you have to be Mekadesh Shem Shemam. You have to make sure that you'll always be a Kiddush Hashem, and therefore connected to Torah and to Talmidei Chachamim. And because we weren't put into a box, then it was easier to create my own box. And it's a box that, as you mature, you realize what it is you have, and you realize that you're seeking that connection, and that you want to learn from that. And my father is my biggest Bal Eitzah that I turn to for advice and for where to go. And yeah, it's an adjustment, but it's a big schus.
So I think that the Goldwicht Mishpacha, and I know I'm just telling Eilam that Rameir is a mechutin, his son, the brilliant Rebel Yadai, is my son-in-law. But
I told him everything he knows.
You were mechadish something that very few people give over in Chinuch, and they're not even aware of it. You gave your children a simchas hachayim. How are you mechanech for a simchas hachayim?
Chaim start first. I feel happy, excitement about what I do. Baruch Hashem, in the beginning I have struggled to continue in Chinuch, continue in Rabbanut, and other options, the Israel Army, many other places. The moment when I walk in, and I see how Limud build me from inside, and this gives me simchas hachayim. The children grow and see simchas hachayim come naturally. It takes this with them also naturally. When you see in your life how it's important to give, not what I can get. יסוד היסודות, מה חובתו בעולם, as Mesilas Yesharim say, we want to give to other people. We say, Ahavas Chaim, Ahavas Chesed. לא תורס חסד ואהבס חיים. תורס חיים. give us חיות, every day, in every situation. Please go to the next generation. Also, understand, it's what we do all our life, my wife and myself, to raise the children with multicultural. To try to take from everyone something what is good for us. Because we can take from different kind of people. Many things that we can integrate this in our personality. Just bring all of them, and one hand they can learn in Yeshiva University. Sometimes in Mir and Yisrael, in Hebron. They not feel uncomfortable in any place. This way, they see how we can deal with different type of people. Because the Torah comes from inside. Not job, not what we need to support the family, mission. Mission, what we do with full heart, full excitement, to the next generation.
Okay.
That's the core.
Yeah, let me ask you the question a little differently. This week's parsha is V'nosnu al tzitzis hakonaf. Right now, a lot of people are feeling like they're cornered, right? I mean, the concept of tzitzis is when you're in the corner, you have to look further, right? Tzitzis miloshin riyah. You're in the corner, extend further. People are feeling so stuck, frightened, quarantined, maybe not in Eretz Yisrael. Taking the lessons of Simchas Achayim that your father gave you, your parents gave you, how would you be mechanech today? Your children on Simchas Achayim, they were mevatel all camps in America. I don't know if you're going to Camp Mesortis yet, but I think most camps were Nizbatel. Nobody going on vacation. When we're in the Kanaf, how do we find Simchas
Achayim? I think the source is, again, it's what my father said. Simcha, the problem is, and this is one of our challenges, I think growing up in Chutz La'aretz, and we don't even realize that it's a challenge, is that we seek our simcha from the outside a lot of times. If only I had this, if only I had camp, if only I had a new car, if only I had upgraded this. And simcha is something that's outside of me. But that's not what real simcha is. I call that joy. That's a moment of joy that I got it, but it's only a moment. Simcha is lihiyos v'simcha, is being the simcha. And that's something that is not totally on anything that's external. It is something that is totally only on the choice to choose what to focus on. And I think that's the koach of parents, of what they want to choose this summer. Do they want to choose to say, oh, I can't believe it's not like this, or this is a unique summer and I'm going to build a back house with my kids in the backyard, or whatever it might be. It's a consciousness. It's a choice of constantly choosing to see the opportunities that are in our way, and the opportunities that come our way. And I think that's the chinuch that we got at home. I remember as a kid, my father said, okay, we went to Hasidic fishes, see the simcha and the eslavus of a community. And he took us down to Gush Katif and to Hebron to see the people who are Meiser Nefesh for Eretz Yisrael, and to the Rosh Yeshivas and to the big yeshivas to see what real Amelus and Torah is. And that was part of the chinuch that we grow up, meaning the core is the same. The core is we're here to be Oved Hashem, to be Mekadesh Shem Shemayim. A lot of different ways, and each person should really find where his nefesh sits, because the nefashos of everybody, are attracted to different ways, and we need to. That goes back to the Chanoch L'Na'al Pidarko. We want our kids to go a specific way, but don't make that way too specific, because then it's hard to communicate that. That kid has a different Tchunas HaNefesh. You have to give him a wide variety of opportunities to express his Tchunas HaNefesh, but within the core of what it means to be a from Jew that's over Hashem.
Example, years ago, when we arrived in America, we spent the Pesach in Yeshiva University. We not have minyan. The place was empty. All the neighbors wanted to give explanation. Is look, wow, it's so weird. What we could do? We need to go to Daven Minyan, to Chapa Minyan, we say, Adarabah, wow, it's a great opportunity for all of us to know more to each other and to grow together. And this also build the children how one care about the other, how everyone is generous, his brother to his sister, and everyone help each other. You need to take any situation where you stay, Kadosh Baruch Hu bring you to elevate this, to show naturally how we can take the good. This way, this affects Simchas Achayim by everyone in any time.
Childhood memories were from those Pesachs, and this past Pesach, I did my first Pesach Seder with my family. I told my wife, this reminds me of Pesach that we had as kids, because we were alone. But it made our kids. I felt that my kids got to know one another better.
So you're saying that when you're in a corner, the concept of tzitzis hakonof is look for the opportunity in the corner you're in.
That's right.
But Meir, what do you value most about your relationship with your son?
Going to be question a little bit more.
He knows how to learn. He knows how to daven. He's a Maggid Shir. He has Einikach. If you had to think of what's the thing that you value the most, like when I think of my son, I think of fill in the blank. My relationship with him.
Ahavat Torah, That your mind to feel humble, to understand and to remember every day. Siyata Dishmaya. Kadosh Baruch Hu give us, we need to use this in the right way, give us more. בא לתאר, מסייעים בידו. What is מסייעים בידו? סייעתא דשמיא. To remember this all the time, every day. When we grow, when we do something, when we develop something, Baruch Hu, thank you. I'm not big shot. This is the way I would grow, Shari Chesed. Around me, G'dayle Oilam. G'dayle Oilam. Every one of them more humble from each other. This stay in front of my eyes all the time. And if sometimes we have a little bit remember this G'daylim, just give me a knock on the head. Come to the real Meir Goldwich. This helps to grow all the time. This give to my children, Baruch Hashem, every one of them. The boys and the girl, Siyata Dishmaya, to build a lot because they feel humble and they feel we're here to bring forth Shamayim, to make space to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in our life and all the world.
And Rabbi TL, what do you value most about your relationship with your father?
Yeah, we could go on. Do we have another hour over here? I'll tell you two nekudas that I value very much, and I always turn to my father for them. Number one is we grew up with a very close pressure with Gedolei Yisrael from the entire spectrum. And that was a very strong value in our house. I remember when my father would get the letters from Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, and when we would come to Eretz Yisrael, it was a Yom Rabbanim. We would go around to different Rabbanim. So we grew up very much understanding that that's really what guides us. And I was always fascinated how wherever we went, they took us in with open arms and with a very warm welcome and for a long time. And it was, I remember as a kid, we went through Chaim Brim, he like slapped me 5, and it was like, it was a warm relationship in every single house that we went to. And that's something that I value and cherish, and I try to give over to my children as very much. And the second thing is, I would say, my father is gifted with the, he sees things very clearly, and he's a tremendous Baal Eitzah for me, and he sees the big picture, and he doesn't let the little details get in the way, and he chaps situations very quickly, and he chaps people very quickly. And whenever I'm in a question and a quandary, so I'll turn to my father, and without fail, he always hits the nail on the head and directs me in the right direction, and I value that very, very much. So I value those two things extremely, very, very much in my relationship with my father.
Yeah, and I see, by the way, I see the same thing with El Yada, how he's mamish chaytel l'matara. He has a certain sense of where it's supposed to be.
And also connect to different type of people. Everyone in his field. If it's Yael, Aviad, El Yada, everyone in his field. Connect to different type of people. Everyone feel very close to them.
Ish asher ruach bai.
Asher ruach bo, exactly. And this comes from another, remember all the time what is our mission. To give and to bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu to our life.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful interview.
Thank you very much. Pleasure and honor.
What a real schus. What a real schus.
The uniqueness and the special, the impact that you give to us all the time. And this is many, many conversation with Torah, logic, insight, deep, a long life. Happy life is your wife, Ad Me'aves, Leim, and all your family.
Amen. Kol tov. Bye-bye.
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol
Joining us from Far Rockaway is Rebbitzin Shirley Pelkowitz. She's the Rebbitzin formerly of the Weichel. Her husband was Rabbi Ralph Pelkowitz, very famous, a leading voice in the development of NCSY. Rebbitzin Pelkowitz was a 1948 graduate of Beis Yaakov, founder of the Hebrew Academy of Miami Beach, a famous mechanech. Her daughter, Mrs. Kanner, principal of the Katz Yeshiva High School in Boca. She speaks internationally, one of the erudite women of Klal Yisrael. It's an honor to have you both. Welcome. So Rebbitzin Pelkowitz, how important is it and was it for you that your daughter follow in your footsteps?
It was our lifestyle was such that it didn't surprise me that my daughter would go into education. She is an extremely talented young woman. She is a brilliant student. She was the star student at Stern College. She always fascinated audiences with her ability to speak. Her scholarship is unbelievable. And we just knew that this was where she was going to go. It was in the genes. Her father, Zechrono Livracha, Rabbi Alexander Gross, was a mechanech par excellence. I was in chinuch. It was a house of chinuch. Our children all grew up in a home of chinuch. And to have a gifted child who wanted to go into the same field was really a bracha. It was
Okay.
really.
So Mrs. Kanner, did you feel a pressure? Like a lot of children sort of have a sense they want to go their own way. And, I personally married the daughter of a Rosh Yeshiva, and they struggle with, they always have to act in a certain way. The community expects it. And in many kids, it brings out a sort of like a need for autonomy. How did you balance your need for autonomy with the expectation of your parents that you would go into chinuch?
Firstly, I will say that one of the greatest attributes of my parents raising us was that they always included us and made us feel like we were participants in their mission of spreading Torah, of inspiring others. And my parents always insisted upon menschlichkeit, that we understood even at a young age, without being told that we had to, but we were inspired by their lifestyles, their Ahavas Yisroel, to want to live our lives and be models as well of what it means to be a Torah Jew in the city of Miami Beach, which when I grew up was the city of the three S's, sin, sun, and sand. Obviously, in choosing a career of chinuch, if I had any thoughts of filling my parents' shoes, I would have never chosen to be a life of chinuch. I never asked myself, Matai yagiu ma'asai l'maaseh avotai, because such an aspiration would have been paralyzing for me and my brothers and sister. But though I could never reach their level of chinuch, of Ahavas Yisroel, of Ahavas HaTorah, of total and complete dedication of every aspect of their lives, I was zocha to be touched by them. And I grew up in their home with a front row seat, imbibing their teachings. I forever have etched in my mind their model of what it is to be a mechanech and of Ahavas Yisroel and of treating every child and raising him al pi darko. And that to this day helps guide and inform every decision that I make. I can only say that I feel fortunate beyond words to have had those rich, life-altering experience and to have been zocha to experience those giant role models in my life. I think above all that the voice that I hear reverberating in my head most often is that of my parents' admonition to look past the externals, to pierce through the outer inessential layers and focus on the neshama of the child, of the human being in front of you, the Jew in front of you.
So let me ask Rebbitzin Pelkowitz, let me do a follow-up question. We all know many mechanchem, many rabbanim, whose kids didn't really buy it and sort of, left, either didn't stay in chinuch or more than that. You, on the other hand, have a number of children, including David, who is somebody one of the most respected, mechanchim, psychologists in Klal Yisrael, as well as your daughter. I don't know any of your other children. If you were to say, the ones who got it right did X, and the ones who weren't successful with their children did Y, what would you say?
There's no answer to that. Let me tell you something. When the last thing I say in my Shachris davening, I end my davening every day with Kapitel Kuf Nun in Kuf Gimel in Tehillim. Baruchi Nafshi Es Hashem. And in that capital, I say it because it's really, it covers my life. It covers everyone's life story, what the Rabbanu Shalom does for our nefesh. And one of the things it says, Ia Batov Edyech, which means that God embellishes our ornaments. What is a mother's ornament? A mother's ornaments are her children. And when the Rabbanu Shalom embellishes those children with chachma, with knowledge, with beauty, with wonderful neshamas, with a dream to carry on our dream, you know what my feeling is? Baruchi Nafshi Es Hashem. This is all min hashamayim. I can't take credit for it. It's true, my children were raised in a home where every child that came through our door was a neshama that we loved. We never saw the bad. We only saw the good. My husband, Zichrono Livracha, Rav Alexander Gross, was an unusual neshama. He was an unusual person. Brilliant, smart, but was a neshama that was beyond all. And when he would meet children, and these were children, we came to Miami Beach, as Zora Lee said, it was a sin and son. That's what it was. It was not. There were no Jewish people. There were Jews, but my children didn't have religious friends. And I remember when we came to Miami, my friends would say to me, "You're going there? How are you going to raise your children?" And I said, "Don't worry, my children will be fine." And they went along with us, and they had playmates. They didn't go to their playmates. Their playmates came to them. And they were happy to come because these kids were wonderful kids. They offered their playmates everything. They offered their friends anything they wanted. And they saw in my children a midah, a lifestyle that their Yiddish and Neshamas wanted too. They wanted that lifestyle. And that's how we built a school. We built a school, we had over 800 children. And these were not, and when we started, I think if we had 10 from families, it was a lot. And this is how the community came. People came, "Oh, we heard there's a school. We heard Rabbi Gross is here. We're coming. And they came. And the nice thing is that they didn't look down and say, "Well, it's not from, it's not yeshiva." They came because they knew they wanted to be part of Klal Yisrael. So the from came and the non-from came and they melded and they, Baruch Hashem. We can say, "Es hanefesh asher asa."
So, Rebbitzin, it sounds to me that if you were to pick one point, what's coming across to me is it's love for the children.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is always the neshama, the Yiddish neshama. B'tselem Elokim bara es hadam. B'tselem Elokim was always in our mind. And this is what Rabbi Gross, Zichrono Livracha, taught us all. Every person, every child is at Tselem Elokim. And I remember when he would talk to teachers at teachers' meetings, and kids can be rambunctious, they can be penitzoros. And some of these kids came from homes that I don't want to even tell you about. And he would speak to the teachers. Many of them would have difficult times with kids. They'd want to throw them out. They want to do anything to them. And he would always say, "Remember, B'tselem Elokim, or this is B'tselem Elokim. You can bring it out. You will bring out that Tselem Elokim. It's there." And that's how we encouraged people. It was hard work. We worked very hard. Our home was...
Did you ever throw a child out of school?
Oh, unless a psychiatrist told us the child just can't do it.
Okay.
Very rarely, very rarely. No child was ever refused acceptance. If they were thrown out, it was only at the advice of professional, of
And I'm
Pernod.
just curious, what happens a child who couldn't pay tuition? What did you do?
That's where, Rabbi, I have to tell you something that I found out just recently. My son, Shragi, incidentally, all my children are in chinuch.
Wow.
One is a lawyer, but he has a daf yomi. He teaches a daf yomi. One is a psychiatrist, but she has a nach class in her home she has gone through all nach with a class. She has her own private class of people. My other son, Shragi, is a mechanech. He's been a manahal of a yeshiva in Edison, he was. And so every one of them, and my son Carmi, who is in Eretz Yisrael, has started his own yeshiva. It is now the first Hesder yeshiva for Haredim. So my children are all in chinuch. Chinuch is our love. It's in our genes, I think. So I started to tell you I forgot the story.
About tuition.
About tuition. So recently, my son Shragi went to visit someone in an old age home. And a woman called him. She said, Shragi, is that you? And he said, yes. She said, and she was my husband, Rabbi Gross's secretary. Now, this woman is an old lady already, too. Well, we're all old. And she said to him, I have to tell you something because I never told anybody. This was a secret between your father and me. What is the secret? She said, Rabbi Gross had a folder in his desk. It wasn't even in his desk. He had it in his secretary's desk. He kept the folder. And it was called Meine Kinder. And what was the story with Meine Kinder? These were children who could not pay tuition, and the board would never allow them in. He had these children there, and he would raise money for their tuition. He would go out when he would raise money for other things. He would set aside money for their tuition, and they were called Meine Kinder. And the tuition would be paid through this in the file. In other words, went to these children in the file. Now, this was a story that his secretary, who had never shared it because he told her, he made a promise that she would never tell anybody. The board would never find out about it. So this is dedication. I don't know if we have that today.
So, Mrs. Cantor, what do you value most about the relationship with your mother?
Baruch Hashem, having my mother, you cannot imagine what it is for me to be able to have my mother, to be able to still continue B'li Ayin Hara. She is in health. You see, she is sharp and as incredible as ever. And she is my bedrock. I know that her support of me and her being there. But I just want to kind of add to what my mother said and just kind of paint for you a little bit of a picture of the home that my mother and father created for us, which is what inspired all five of us to really go into chinuch in one way or another. In my home, every guest was welcomed with open arms, with warm meals, with a bed. Renowned authors, a few that come to mind that I remember, Herman Wouk, Elie Wiesel, musician Shlomo Kalbach, every Roshi yeshiva, including the Panadizha Rav, the Boston Rebbe, the Satmar Rebbe, leading educators from around the world. Again, just to name a few, leaders of in every arena of the Jewish community came to our home. But mind you, these were in days where there weren't the kind of kosher stores that there are today. You couldn't just get food and just take out. So I'll get back to that perhaps in a moment. But along with the great individuals of note and fame, every itinerant Mishloach passed through our home. Every lonely Jew that had no family, no money, no place or means to eat or sleep spent Shabbos in our home.
And what did you take out of that?
Well, I took out of it that the size and the color of the yarmulke is irrelevant. I saw my parents treat every Rosh Yeshiva the same way they treated the Am Haaretz. I never saw my parents speak to a wealthy Gvir in any way that was different than they spoke to the homeless, disheveled Jew. So when you feel and you see and you have a front row seat to that kind of Ahavas Yisroel, where every human being truly means the world to my parents, that changes you. It forever makes you into a different person who must be able to imbibe and become a person that is an Ahavas Yisroel yourself.
So let me go to the Rebbitzin. From when you grew up and went to Beis Yaakov till today, I think education has gotten a lot more challenging. I think that when you grew up, maybe you got your news from a newspaper. Life was fairly sheltered, a lot simpler. Today with social media, with iPhones, children at 10 or 11 know more than you knew when you were 25. They're growing up much faster, with a lot more competition, a lot more, Instagram. And how would you, as looking back, from yesterday to today, say, give us some of the parents today, some advice on dealing with chinuch problems that have really never existed in history before?
I can't even do that, and I must tell you why. I speak to teachers who are in the field today, and they tell me what goes on in their classrooms with all these macharaikas, with all these all the things they have. The kids can put under their chumash in the Gemara under here. They hide this and they hide that. They all have something going for them, some kind of something working there. I don't know that. Every time I hear these teachers say, thank you, Hashem, that you made me a teacher at a time when it was so much easier. You had only the child. The only competition you might have had was a comic book. If they stuck it underneath there, if a kid didn't want to learn the Gemara, if you had a problem child and he was more interested in the comic book he was reading or in the story or the book he was reading. But we didn't have this. We didn't have all these different mechanical things. Nothing.
So what advice would you give? What advice would you give the parents today?
I can't give them advice. I don't know. I don't know how to advise them because I don't live with it.
I'll tell you something, that the Chanoich was a great grandson of Adam, was a grandson. And the question, it's a beautiful name, Chinuch.
Yeah.
Why didn't Adam name his own son Chanoich? Why did it have to be a grandson? The son, right? And I heard from somebody told me, he said, because to be mechanech, you had to have experienced it. Adam never had a childhood.
Right.
How could he educate somebody? He couldn't educate a child. He never experienced it. He never went through adolescence. He says his children experienced it. They could name their child Chanoich. And that's what you're sort of saying. So let me go to Mrs. Canner, because you're currently a principal. Today's kids, it's unprecedented in our history, the type of wins. There have been other wins. There's been war and Haskalah. But just social media, the sense of competition, like however pretty you are, you go on social media, there's somebody who's better looking, who's better dressed, who's put out a better TikTok. How do you educate today? How do we bring up our children in a time of social media?
It's a packed question with many, many different complex answers. But what I certainly believe is that parents have to have understanding. They must fill their relationship and their home with love, with understanding, with flexibility, and with rules and boundaries. And including social media, I think that parents, unfortunately, very often choose to have a good relationship with their kids by becoming their friends and relinquishing their responsibility of being a parent. And I think that is toxic in the relationship. I think that, once again, being involved and letting your kids know how you feel, what your values are, and inspiring them to take those values and to implement them into their own lives. But over and over again, as a high school educator, I see that what students wish they had were more boundaries and enforced rules, because kids see discipline and their parents over their shoulder watching what they do as a manifestation of parental love. They yearn for someone to save them from themselves and from the difficult decisions that you've just described. And these rules help them. They help guide them through all their social challenges, and they help them navigate the complex world with so many temptations. I think that once again, there is room in that, with boundaries set, with expectations set, as long as it's infused with love and understanding, clear guidelines and respect for each other. I think, and I've seen it work over and over again. My parents.
You're saying Chosech Shifto Sone Beno.
That's right.
Spear of the rod, and it doesn't literally mean a physical rod. It means an emotion. The word no is very powerful in chinuch, and you feel that's neglected.
Correct. My parents were able, again, in a time when we had other influences. We don't have social media. Living and growing up, as we described before, in Miami Beach, without religious influences in our life, my parents were able to create a home where there was boundless love, but expectations were clear. Though perhaps I often fell short of the mark, we always knew what was expected, what was right, and most importantly, we were inspired to follow what was right and do what was right, because we too were awed by my parents' dedication and by their integrity, their sincerity, and their true belief in their values. And I think when you have models that really live and demonstrate what they preach and those expectations themselves, that transfers and translates to children. I know disappointing my father or mother was our greatest fear. All my father had to do was look at us the wrong way, and we were reduced to tears. And to this day, each of us, all of my parents' 5 children, live to make our parents proud of us. We know what's right, we know what is expected, and we live to fulfill that mission.
So, Rebbitzin, you speak about almost boundless love.
Yeah.
How did you put boundaries? How did you balance boundaries, no, the word no, together with boundless love? How did you balance that?
I think I was fortunate that I didn't have to say too many no's. We tried to make, if it was an important thing to our children, and it was something we found difficult, we would find another way to get to it. But there was never a no, never an angry no, and never a forbidding no. That wasn't necessary. These were bright kids. They understood what they had to do and what we expected. And if they asked for anything, we would try to make it very possible for it to be there. We tried very hard not to have to say no, because they were good children. And on the other hand, they knew there was such a thing as lo saseh. The Torah tells you lo. So that was part of it.
Rebbitzin, what do you value most about your relationship with your daughter?
Oh my God, everything. I adore her, I adore all my children. They are all so special. I wish you could meet them all. You would see a very special group of children. But then again, father, and the genes are there.
So, Mrs. Kenner, childhood in the United States per family, the nuclear family, keeps shrinking. And the millennials ask a question which to our parents would have been amazing, shocking. And the question we're hearing is, why have children?
Right.
If somebody were to ask you that, a millennial, how would you respond?
Children, firstly, children are our future. Anything that we are is only temporary unless we could take what we have and transfer to our children. Our children are the future of Klal Yisrael. They are the eternality of the Jewish people, and they will be the carriers and the bearers of the eternality of Torah.
That is said so well. That was really said very well, perfectly. Well, it's been a great honor having two such successful and famous mechanchem on, and I wish you all best.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever.
So we have the honor of joining with us from Bergenfield, Rebbitzin Pesci Newberger. Rebbitzin Newberger has been the Rebbitzin at Congregation Beis Avraham in Bergenfield for 30 years. She taught at Lincoln Square for 25, 30 years too. And she's one of the great Kala teachers in the world. She's taught many Kala teachers, and she's taught as well at Berea, Manhattan High School. Her husband, Rabbi Yaakov Newberger, is Rosh Yeshiva Tribute Tzadok Hanan, and from Los Angeles. Her daughter, Berea, who teaches at Yula, is also a graduate of Berea, Michlala, very talented, university graduate. It's an honor to have you both.
Thank you.
So, Rebbitzin Newberger, what challenges are there in raising a daughter vis-a-vis a son? Like, what's the unique relationship a mother would have with her daughter?
So I think I was less challenged than most because she's a great daughter, but I'll encapsulate it for you. I think what people would want to hear is that how are the challenge in terms of being in the chinuch. So Berea was my student in 12th grade, and she's an excellent student. She was an excellent student in my class as well. She's also a very, very talented artist, and we had an unwritten deal that she was going to sit in the back, do some artwork, and get good grades, and that would be fine. And she basically drew through my classes, did very well, and I never really engaged her. And then there was one day in the middle of the year where she was following me back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I thought, wow, I finally made inroads. I finally made a dent. There's something in this lesson that really got to her, and we've made a breakthrough. And I waited till she came home that night. I was so excited to find out. And I said, Brie, what was it today that you were following me nonstop in the classroom? And she said, your shaitel, Ima. You have got to get a new shaitel. It looks like theater curtains. So that was always that was the challenge, that when you're in the chinuch, you will have a child who will want to do anything but. So when you have a child who excels way beyond you in chinuch, it is one of the greatest joys that life can give you.
Okay. And give us a rough moment in bringing up a daughter.
A rough moment in bringing up a daughter? She didn't give me that many rough moments. I think there were sibling rivalry moments that were very tough because I relied on Berea a lot. So she kind of was a second mother in certain instances. But then when she shouldn't have been a second mother, she was also a second mother. So that resulted in a little bit of turf battles. So those were the only rough times I could think of, really.
Okay. And Mrs. Siegel, I married the daughter of a Rosh Yeshiva too. And she told me on more than one occasion that she felt pressured to behave in a certain way because her mother was a Rebbitzin in the community. Her father was a Rav in the community, or Shiva in the community. So she had to be the rabbi's daughter. And there are times when she really resented it, right? You know, you can't do that. Implicit, like they're going to say the rabbi's daughter. So did you ever have those moments? And if you did, how did you deal with them?
Interesting. So I definitely at times felt like we were a little bit in the spotlight, like people were looking at us and observing. But I think a lot of times it felt like this mission that we had, and my parents really set it up. Like if we would have not from people over, then they kind of empowered us into this feeling of these people haven't experienced the Shabbos. Let's show them what it's all about. And we kind of felt like we were part of the team. And if there was someone in the shul who, I would come home on a Friday and my father would give me an address and say, I want you to go to this house and say you're here to help with the kids. Like he wouldn't give me any reasons, or I had no clue why. But so we became part of that mission. And I think because they empowered us to feel part of it, we felt like it was ours too, and we, lived up to it. We never wanted to let them down or disappoint them, but there was very little thing or telling us rules. It was always like we just didn't want to let our parents down.
Okay, now you grew up in a Rabbanish family. You probably know one or two girls who grew up in families like this who really struggled. Other families. Why were your parents successful, the children, as the parents of Mechanchem? As Mechanchem, parents of a future generation of educators, and yet other families are unsuccessful and their children just don't get it. What's the difference, like in the upbringing, the successful? And I say that because many of the listeners are going to want to say, what shouldn't we be doing?
Right. I would say two things that were really important for me. The first was intellectual honesty. My parents were always, always honest about everything. So we could ask my dad any question in the world, and it was never, that's what's been done forever. He would always show us the sources, and if it wasn't halacha, he would be straight up that it wasn't halacha. And there was always that intellectual honesty. Whenever a teacher said something that I was upset about or resented and came home, he would take the time, sit with me, go through it, and show me what was real, what wasn't real. I think that was really, really important. And the second thing that I would say is that as much as my parents feel like the entire community and probably the entire Jewish world is their family, and they will do anything for really anyone, my father and mother, up till all hours of the night, on the phone with people, running to people's houses. Our house is a free-for-all. Anyone can show up at any time. We always knew that we were the top priority, and they were willing to drop anything and everything when we needed them. So when I broke up with a boyfriend at 1 o'clock in the morning in my Sturm dormitory, my father was there within 20 minutes to pick me up, take me home, stayed up with me all night. I had a portfolio due the next day and brought me back to Stern the next morning to drop it off. Like, we were the number one priority.
She's saying your parents were like the old Rabbanim sign, Eved La'avdei Hashem. But even though they're Eved La'avdei Hashem, that's like an animal farm. We're all equal, but some were more equal. Right? So, Rebbitzin Neuberger, what do you value most about your relationship with your daughter?
There are so many things, but if I have to, there are really so many things, but she teaches me constantly how to be an amazing mother. She is an amazing teacher. I get stopped all the time. What an amazing teacher she is. There's no nachas greater than that. But when I watch her parent, I literally, there are times I say, I wish I could do it over again and do it like she did it. For example, I could give you a million examples, but you don't have time for them. For example, Corona Pesach. We all struggled with Corona Pesach. It was very different from anything any of us have ever done, certainly in terms of the extended family gatherings we all expected. And Buria and her husband, but it's her creativity, he would agree with this, they decided that for Afikomen and for the entire Seder, they were going to run it that Jackie was going to take the Afikomen, and they bought a box, whatever you call it, one of those vault boxes, put it in the vault, lock it up, and they made an escape, those escape the room thing, for the entire Seder. Throughout the Seder, there were clues going through so that whoever would get the combination open first would get the afikomen. Those kinds of things, she does. She just spews them forth, both in teaching and in parenting. She is perhaps the most patient mother I know, and I certainly was not that patient, and I get that from her. I really learn from her.
And let me ask Mrs. Siegel, what do you cherish most about your relationship with your mother?
Wow, there's a lot of things. I really think it's just all the times that we've spent together, and in so many different capacities. We've played a lot of Scrabble games, we've gone on a lot of trips together, we've spent days shopping together, but also I took my mom's college class. I took her college teaching class. I was her student in 12th grade. We spent a ton of time, and this was probably one of the most special times, right before I taught a course 2 years ago, which was a course that my mother teaches, and I kind of borrowed the entire thing from her. We spent the summer learning it together, and it was just an amazing experience to just learn one-on-one and hear, her thought process in developing the curriculum. And I think that was definitely one of the highlights, but there are many.
So your mother says you're a fantastic mother, with prejudice. If the mother's listening, I don't know, your 2 or 3 best tips. Here's how to be a fantastic mother. What would they be?
It's so hard. 3 best tips for being a good mother. Okay. One is really, I think, empathize, like empathy, just really trying to get into a kid's mind and understand what they're going through. And especially during this whole Corona thing, we've had our share of kids acting up, but to really appreciate that this is so hard for them and their whole world has been flipped around, to kind of be in their mind and just feel what they're going through, I think changes your whole perspective. So when they come home from school, it's, wow, that's really hard to listen to teachers all day. How can I help you? How can I, help you make it through? So I'd say empathy is probably key. Number 2 is to try to find your kids' kohos, your kids' strengths, and really, push them. Like I have a daughter who's artistic, so during Corona, we set up a business for her where she goes to people's houses and she brings crafts projects, and in their backyard, she'll do, crafts projects with the girls, and she feels like so good about herself. She's accomplishing something, she's doing something, and it's using all of her kohos to do that. And number 3, Ima, can you do number 3?
I'm trying to think of the things that I've watched you do as a parent. I think Bria, one of the reasons she's a great parent is because she gets in the trenches with her kids. She does everything with them. She enjoys doing life with them. And it's not just that she's entertaining them or she's doing X to give them a good time, but and that may be her motivation. But when she's in it, she's thrilled. She's energetic. She's effervescent. They don't feel she's doing them a favor by any means.
Okay. So it's empathy. There was listen carefully. The second one was
use their co-host.
Yeah, build strengths. It's easier to build up people's strengths and try to improve their weaknesses. And the third one is really enjoy being present and being a mother. Enjoy I took my little Anikel out for a hike this morning, a walk with my wife. And I said to my wife, and I mentioned a few friends of mine, my age, who I work with, and I said, what would they give to have a grandchild? And what would some people give to have a child?
Right.
Just be. So Rebbitzin, it says, Bina Yisera Nitna Al Nashim. Chachmas Nashim Bansa Besa. What does that mean to you? What is the Bina Yisera that the woman has?
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I got so many measures of it, but I think I'm gonna go back to something Bria touched on, and it's very important for me in child rearing and in being a teacher and being a mechanechet. Rav Dessler very famously speaks about the Nekudat HaBechira. Everybody knows what the Nekudat HaBechira is. So in my life, I invented something called the Nekudat HaChein, that there is nobody in this world, really it'd be hard to press to find anybody, any student, any child, any human being who doesn't have a Nekudat HaChein, an area where they shine in some way. And I think the wisdom of life is to find what it is, and not only to make them feel good about it and to let them build on it, but for you yourself to utilize it. When I was a young adult, you asked Bria about, what makes her different from the families where it didn't work so well. So I could answer, we're several generations in Rabbanis. So I was a Harlap, and I also grew up in a very strong Rabbanish family. And when I was a young adult, I think I was about to be married, and I was marrying a Rav. And I said to my father, all my friends who their parents were in Rabbanis, they all swore they would never marry a rabbi. And I'm thrilled to marry a rabbi. What made it so different for you? Why did everybody love you? Why didn't you have problems in the Rabbanis the way other people had? And my father, who is one of the wisest men I know, he should be well, he said, I was sure he was going to say, no, Peshala wasn't like that. We shielded you, etc. He didn't say that. He looked at me and he said, Peshala, if you want people to love you, ask them to help you. The people whose children, I got into medical school, I got out of jail, I bailed out of this, I bailed out of that, they have trouble looking at me. There's a lot of embarrassment. But the people to whom I turned, and I said, I have a project in the shul, I need your help with it. Or I have something going on in my life, it's your expertise, I've seen you handle it well, could you help me? Those are my friends for life. And he didn't do it in order to make friends. He realized over time that because that was a natural tchuna of his, to not see himself always in the position of leadership and I should know everything, but to really gain from people's kohos, that was probably the wisest thing he did, and certainly one of the greatest wisdoms he imparted to us.
To give them sheer ownership with them.
Correct.
There's everybody, Adam sees himself, he sees all Bria through the prism of his own eyes. So if you allow them to sort of radiate out that prism and give them ownership, then that's fabulous.
Can I add a little bit?
Sure.
One of the things, after my mother passed away, we would go to my grandfather's house for Shabbos. My mother would for all the food, pack us up, send us in the car, and we had to do Shabbos at the house. And I always tell my students about this. I teach them about the mitzvah of Bal Tashlis, because the Sefer Achdut there says that a person who's careful not to waste will come to love everyone, right? Will become an Ohev Abrios. And it's always very jarring. Like, I'm not going to throw out my water bottle, now I'm going to love every person. And I always tell them that I experienced this firsthand at Zadie's house, because we would sit there and there were two things we all knew were going to happen at Zadie's house. There was going to be the most eclectic Shabbos table you have ever been to, because he invites everyone and anyone over. And we were never, ever allowed to throw out the plastic tablecloths. We had to wipe them down and save them for the next week. And I really think that those two character traits went hand in hand. He appreciated the value in everything, and what that ultimately meant is that he appreciated the value in every single person. And there were sometimes people there who others may have found very hard to enjoy being with, to find the good in them, but he always, always found the good in everyone and truly enjoyed being with every type of person.
Wow. In other words, Bal Tashlis means if we value even the most pachim ktanim in life, we're certainly going to value our relationships with other people. Yeah, very powerful. So here's a question. A lot of the listeners, I personally have a daughter who lives in Eretz Yisrael, and it's a struggle to maintain relationships long distance. And it's obvious when I speak to both of you that there's really a nafsha kshura b'nafsha, right? How did you maintain this relationship, notwithstanding the fact that you're 3,000 miles?
Thank God. I want you to know, I think about this all the time, because I think how in Europe, when you said goodbye to a child who was going to another shtetl, that was really goodbye. If they were going to another country, you did not know if you were going to ever see, speak, hear from them again, maybe a letter every 2 months. And I don't know how they did it. We have phones, we have WhatsApp, we have chats, now we have Zoom. One of the things that I love is that I do, the last 2 weeks I haven't done it because I was very busy with school, final grading things, but through the Corona thing, I had story time with all my grandchildren across the country at whatever. It was a little bit early for LA, it wasn't bedtime yet there, but bedtime on the East Coast, and all the grandchildren would get together, and sometimes the parents would chime in, and birthdays, we often get together on chats, but it's so important to both of us. We speak to each other pretty much every day. We try very hard to make trips. Berea particularly really tries several times, and Corona is different, but several times a year to come in. We try to go there during vacation. Almost all our vacations in the last few years have been to California. If you don't believe me, ask my other children. One of my daughters-in-law, whom I love tremendously, for Pesach a few years ago, she stole the afikoman. It's not her nature at all. She just grabbed it. And I said to my husband, I don't know what's up, but we're in for trouble. And when it was time to give back the afikoman, my daughter-in-law said, we would like equal time with our children, with the LA children. So we are, Baruch Hashem, blessed to have those relationships. But I think with all our children, the relationships are that important that we're all working on it. It's very conscious.
So the message is distance in kilometers or miles does not have to create distance in the heart or in the presence.
Correct.
Together.
And even the distance that it does create, if it's in a healthy situation like this, it just creates longing. And that's a good thing. Like we long to be together.
Okay, let me ask Mrs. Siegel. The Navi says, the prophet says that when Eliyahu comes, right, to precede the Bias HaMashiach, he's going to be Heishiv Leivavais Albanim. And the Mishnah in Idiyah says that it seems that Avos Albanim don't get along very well. Right? And I'm going to extrapolate, perhaps, mothers and daughters too. Why is it that so many mothers and daughters don't get along? And this is going to be the work of Eliyahu. The first work he comes is to repair these breached family relationships. You've seen a lot of mothers and daughters who don't get along. Why is that?
So I have to say that it's hard for me to answer this question because I feel that my relationship with my mother is very natural. I don't think there has been so many challenges, thank God. So it is a hard question to answer. But just in discussing it with my mother, I think what we kind of, spoke about was this idea that as a kid, you want to pave your own path. You want to find your own way. You want to discover it on your own. And as parents, we kind of feel like we figured it out already. We know how this, how this plays out, and we know what's best for our kids. And it's hard for us to let go and let them figure it out on their own because we feel like we've discovered it already, and we just want to give it to them. And so finding that balance of letting our kids go off on their own and discover for themselves, I think sometimes creates that conflict. Personally, in my life, we really didn't have a lot of conflict at all. And I think that could be part of why it's so challenging.
Okay. Rebbitzin Neuberger, the present generation is growing up in a very different world than when we grew up, with very big wins, right? Chatzkel Abramsky had a son who went off the derech. So the Maskilim used to like to poke a little fun at him. He was Rav in Europe and then in Delita and then in London. So they once asked him, they said, why is it, so one of them said to him, you said, Reb Chatzkel, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He had a son who was not a Shem Torah Mitzvahs. So Reb Chatzkel said, not when big winds blow.
So true.
I think that big winds are blowing now, right? The winds of change, right? The kids today, my grandson, he's 2 years old, already knows how to scroll on an iPhone to see the pictures. And it's accelerating, Moore's Law. How are we to be mechanech our children in such really challenging times? What advice would you give as an expert mechaneches? How do we hold on to our children when big winds blow?
So I guess I'll preface this by saying that I don't think any of us is ever confident that we know how to do that. And the example you just gave is a case in point. Who probably knew better, and it still doesn't work. And there's so much davening. Name of the game is davening. But if I want to hold on to some ideas, I would say, and I'm always going to go back to the same thing. We said about the Nekudat HaChain, and you talk about your grandchildren who can scroll up and scroll down, probably in their pocket while they're doing something else. I try to use those kochos in the discovery of the Masorah. You can scroll up and down to help me find the makor for something I remember, but I just can't place it. You're going to be able to help me quicker get it. And that tapping into their kochos for your or Klal Yisrael's agenda, I think is a very powerful thing. But I think now we've seen amazing things in the last few months where the Masorah that is so ancient has become so palpably timeless. So Shabbos has become so amazing that the respite from the news when Corona first started and the news was hounding in numbers and deaths, and everybody said, I just need that Shabbos to get a break from the news. Shabbos in general, davening gave structure in a structureless life. People saw the value of that. My husband pointed out, and I saw it was true, that those of his people who are rooted in learning, who literally their lives revolve around learning, they were much less displaced than other people. People who their entire thing is about shul, going to minyan, and the rest of it is work and other things. But the people who were really learning and had siddurim, that went on as usual. They were less displaced than anybody else. And so we see chesed, the chesed that went on. Now, it goes on in non-Jewish communities as also, but that's because they choose to do it, the kind people choose to do it. We have an agenda of chesed. We have halachos of chesed. And that meant that when Corona hit and the guy who sells flowers in my shul had no parnasa, that people automatically started to call him to send flowers to this one, to send flowers to that one, when anybody else would have forgotten him. That's because we have a Masorah that trains us to be like that. And it has become, to me, more relevant in the winds of time.
You say your chalap. I think chalap stands for Chia Rosh Legoyle Poland.
No.
So it goes back 1,000 years of Rabbanis, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I would like to ask your daughter, by the way, the Nekudas HaChain, I think, it says Adam Nivra Yechidi.
Mm-hmm.
So the 2,000 years ago, Chazal said that every person is a one-time event. And it was mocked.
Right.
But today we know DNA, that's true.
Right.
Every person is a one-time event. And you're saying the Nakuda L'chain is find the one-time event that is your child.
That's a beautiful way to say it.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask your daughter, you're living in LA, and I don't want to be pejorative, but LA does have a reputation of being a particularly, hedonistic society, right? It's filled with beautiful, New York is all about business, right? Washington is about power, and LA is about sort of looks and publicity, right? That's what I'm just quoting, but so how do we bring up spiritual children that have a connection all the way back to Goyle Poland, 1,000 years, right? In a society that is so materialistic. And in particular, let's talk about bringing up daughters, because this is a mother-daughter. How do we bring up daughters when Instagram, TikTok, checking the makeup videos, and how do we retain the Yiddish, the chelik alekami mal, in the sense of a society that's sort of hell-bent on crushing it?
Okay, so I'd answer two things, I think. The first is, I think that we need to stress over and over to our students as much as possible the value of privacy. And this is actually something that I heard from my mother, but that when you tell someone a secret, right, that creates a bond. And I tell that to my students all the time, that your life doesn't have to be public. You have, to help them start to appreciate the value of keeping certain things private. Right? Rabbi Fran says it's about walking privately with God. Not everyone needs to know everything that a person is doing. Not needing that fanfare. It is a challenge for our generation, because everything we do is just everywhere right away. So I think that's a struggle, but we just kind of need to constantly reiterate it and demonstrate it. Like, I'm very careful not to ever post anything on an Instagram account, because I want my students to see that there's a value to privacy. And the second thing I think is that this culture creates a lot of self-centeredness, right? I'm always focusing on me and what I'm posting and how my life is presenting to other people. And the night before I got married, actually, you'll probably remember this, my mother said to me, I have to teach you two things. There's two things you need to learn. And I was like, this is the night before I'm getting married. So obviously this is going to be like the two most groundbreaking things my mom has ever taught me. Guess what they were? Number one, she showed me how to clean a toilet, because that was something I had never done. And apparently there's like this nozzle thing with, that goes around, and I had never seen one of those before. But the night before I got married, I was in the bathroom learning how to clean a toilet. And the second thing my mother said to me, which has really stuck with me ever since, is whenever you have a free minute, think to yourself, what's a nice thing I can do for someone else? Whenever you have a free minute, hour, second, what is a nice thing I can do for someone else? And I've really tried to, I'll tell my kids, I'll say, we're going to do softies rule now, right? We have 10 minutes in the car. What can we do that's nice for someone else? Like, can we go to a store and buy a present for a girl who just had an operation? Can we go make cookies and bring it to the police station? What can we do that's nice for someone else? And that's really that's softies rule to live by. Whenever you have a free second, think how you can do something for someone else. And I'm hoping that kind of trains them to think outside of their Dalet Amos and to think about others and not be so focused on themselves.
You're a charlap, your mother says. So Reb Shmuel Baruch Werner, did you know him?
Of course, yeah. My husband did Shemush with him about 38 years ago.
He once told me, he said, you know what I think about when I walk in the street? And I said, what? He says, when I see somebody, I think, what could I do to help this person?
Wow, that's funny.
So it must be some type of a charlap.
Wow.
Messiah, right? So Rebbitzin, in closing, there's many young women who'll watch this, right? Tell them, this is going to sound really strange, but this is why should they have children in a generation that is so the me generation, the selfie generation, right? Why spend all that time, all that effort to give so much? Why?
So I guess, you mentioned before, our Masorah, our everything we believe in depends on passing it down. And that is the only thing that makes life worth living, is that we have a Masorah that is timeless. Otherwise, life is ephemeral, and it's here today and gone tomorrow. And our Masorah makes it timeless. There's a purpose. There's a Ribono Shel Olam who has a plan that he wants this Masorah to continue, and he wants me to contribute to it. And ultimately you have children, they're going to bring you a lot of joy. There's going to be agonizing moments. They will bring you much joy. But all of that is besides the point. The point is that they will bring joy and pride l'shem shamayim, and that's l'kach notzarnu. That's what we're about.
Thank you, Rebbitzin and Rebbitzin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
Joining us from Eretz Yisrael is the Chazan Reb Avshalom Katz and his two children, Eitan Katz in Far Rockaway, New York, and his son Shlomo Katz, who's a Rav in Efrat and also a musician. Welcome, Rabbi Katz. That's Katz with apostrophe behind it. So, Rabbi Avshalom, we've had on, I'm going to be interviewing a number of very famous Rabbanim, but you're the first artistic artist that I'm going to be interviewing. And it's a different type of interview because most of our children, I can say this, I struggle with one of my own, you know, when they fit into the yeshiva exact system and they come home and they do the math and the Gemara and they check the seats, it's very easy. And then you have one kid who just comes home and lives in a different world, lives in art and music and doesn't really fit in. How did you as a parent, and when you have two such artistic children, how did you deal with sort of the nonconformists and the artists and yet keep them within the system and normal and functioning and not have them drift out of the ionosphere? How did you handle that? How do we bring up an artistic child?
In Hebrew, we say, Chanoch anar al pi darko. You, the father, the mother, we are looking what are the qualities of each boy. And sometimes you want your child to be a lawyer, like every Jewish mother, every Jewish father. But it doesn't work this way. You want him to be a doctor, you want him to be a big scientist. It doesn't work this way. So I remember very good that my children, they took a guitar, they were playing the guitar, and I said, please, take this as a hobby, but not as a profession.
Whatever you do, don't be a musician.
Don't be a musician. And things, they didn't go this way. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so proud we are so proud of them. And I don't have, the characteristics, they are very simple. You see how they grow, and simply you have a lot of nachas from them.
Okay, so let me ask Rabbi Eitan, you're next in the screen. When you have autistic children, and I imagine you may have it, it's often, very often, Brok Hari Davua. How do you deal with when they just don't fit into the system? When the Rebbe says, why is your child doing, everybody's running in one direction and he's running in the other direction, which, by the way, as Jews, Avram Ivri, Kol Olam Ivra, we should be comfortable with. But societally, unfortunately, we live in a very conformist society and we're not comfortable with it. How do we deal with children that don't conform because of some inner artistic nature and they don't fit in?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, my oldest is 12 years old, and so I don't want to answer the question as if I know the answer from experience, but from the past, let's say, 10 years or so, every week or every 2 weeks, I get another email or a message from a kid who wants to play, who wants to this, who wants to do music, asking for my hadracha or whatever that's worth. I'm not sure why they're calling me, but the answer to your question is that I don't think I think there's a balance that I don't think just because a child has, or a person has an artistic ability or is showing signs of artistic ability, I think it's much more of a service and the right thing to do to them to not just let them go with that the whole way and put everything else aside. Oh, my child learns how to play drums. I want to give him drum lessons no matter what. This is no, there's a way to, I mean, in Yiddishkeit, it's all about balance. It's all about, Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't create robots. And Kadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want us to be robots. But with that, I feel like Kadosh Baruch Hu did give us a system in where all of our personalities and uniqueness can be well worked within a certain system. So I think every parent, I mean, this is what I daven for. This is the first summer that I might be sending my child away for sleepaway camp. And like the first thing I think about is what kind of Rebbe they're going to have, what kind of like counselor they're going to have. And all of these, I'm not looking for just something open-minded, whatever it is, to explore art, because that can get us into weird, dangerous areas. By the same side, for a Rebbe, or a parent or any type of mentor, to not recognize and not appreciate and validate every person's uniqueness. Forget artistic. I don't think if you need to be, tag it as only an artistic, thing. Any single curiosity should be respected. Any desire to, especially when it's not what the Rebbe father mentor is used to. But I think there has to be a balance of not letting everything be like, respected as if it's like the only thing in the world, and not push it out. There's got to be a process.
Shlomo, let me follow that up. How do we deal with the artistic child or the nonconformist child in a society that is very into conforming?
I have, Baruch Hashem, we have 4 daughters, and my oldest is about 10 and a half. So that's why, like my brother said, I can't really speak as someone that knows how to deal with it from a parent's side that clearly, because they're still young. But of course they do they do show signs that are very, my girls are very expressive. They're very artistic. And one thing I hope that I always encourage them is to be in touch with, Soloveitchik calls it, he has a mimer on Pesach, on Leil Seder. I forget the exact lashon, something about like hasakranut hatehora, which means holy curiosity. Hasakranut hatehora. And I can only answer it as in terms of what it was like to grow up in my parents. As a kid, how did I experience it in a way that definitely we were pretty different than most of the kids that we grew up with in the sense of being in the artistic world from a very young age. As much as our father told us don't become musicians, he put us both on stage from a very, very young age. So that's, but that was just natural. It didn't feel foreign at all. It was very natural. It was what we knew very clearly. But my experience growing up in the house was the space to keep on going with my sakranut, with my curiosity. And at times I had to learn things the hard way. And there's nothing, the en ma lasot, and it's because of the gift that my parents gave me of trusting me to figure things out on my own. But, it was done with so much love and with the notion of you could always come back home. You could always feel like you're coming back home. And that gave me the grounding that I believe really essentially upon that, everything else can grow. But I had to do it myself too. There's a pasuk in Shir HaSayam, it says, Ze keli v'anveyu elokei avi v'ramenu. There's a lot of tires on this. So Ze keli v'anveyu. So my own interpretation of my relationship with God, anvehu, I have to make it more and more beautiful. But at the same time, elokei avi, what I have from home, I got to lift up a notch as well. I lift it up a notch by making my relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam beautiful. But you need to put trust in your kids, that you trust that they're carrying their own torch with pride.
I would just comment before I ask your father another question. this one of the first chatoim in Bria. It says when Hevel dies, so the Kli Yakar says, "Ein misa b'li chet." What chet did Hevel do? And he answers, he says, "V'Hevel hevi gamhu." He also brought a carbon. He was a copycat. He wasn't the original Hevel. He wasn't authentic to himself, and that's why he died. And you know, your father allowed you to be authentic, and that's really unusual today. Let me ask the Chazan, the father, when you have children, I haven't asked this before, who are so successful. It says, "Ein adam mekaner b'tzai." But how do you deal with children that sometimes could cast the father in their shadow? And does it create any sense of resentment?
No way. There is no resentment. No. As I said before, we are so proud of them every time that one of our children comes down with a beautiful nigun, comes down with a beautiful song. We listen to the song once and twice and 3 times, and with קשה להיות objectivity, you know, but this is the situation. It's no, we are very, very happy because these songs, they are reaching so many levavot, so many hearts, all over, not only in Eretz Israel, in Baruch Hashem in Eretz Israel, students in elementary schools, high schools. No, we are very, very happy. There is not kinat sofrim, okay?
So let me ask Eitan a question. What do you value most about your relationship with your father?
Wow, that's a good question. He is the absolute. You know, I'll tell you like this, that there are so many people that I meet around, not just around the yeshiva, the shul, the music, personal life. There's so many people that I meet that have such that they struggle with Yiddishkeit, not because they grew up in a frum home, in a funny way, because they grew up in a home where everything was exactly the way it had to be from their parent and their whatever it is. And everybody goes through their rebellious stage in life, and even if it doesn't manifest itself to be so colorful or whatever, but I never went through Baruch Hashem. I never went through a period of rebelling against Yiddishkeit. And of course, I went through different kufas to find my own way and my own path. But when people ask me what I attribute that to, it's no question that my father and my mother, they instilled this pleasant and beautiful energy about Yiddishkeit in the house. Now, we were absolutely religious. But that's not, I can't describe it. It was just that I never grew up with any negativity towards Hashem, any negativity towards being frum, being observant, and I never experienced that. And I wonder over and over again, like, why am I different than so many people that have to go through such incredible struggles within the Dafke Yiddishkeit itself? Like, and I realized that there was such a love and just a beauty around everything that had to do with the Kadosh Baruch Hu, with Yiddishkeit.
Ramosha Feinstein once said over, he said he saw 2 families, both were Klei Kodesh. And some of the kids from one family turned out really beautifully, and the others didn't. And he said, the ones that didn't, the father always used to say, "Ois ist schwer zu sein Ayid." And he said that's the worst thing we could tell our children.
Yeah.
What we tell our children is drachel darkei noyam. The values, family, hashkafis. There's nobody luckier. That's what you got from your parents.
Yes, I agree.
So Reb Shlomo, what would you say? What do you value most about your relationship with your father?
Anyone that knows my father and anyone that knows me will believe what I'm saying without an ounce of exaggeration, that when you grow up in a home that you really think that your father may be Mashiach, it's kind of nice, if that makes any sense. Meaning,
honestly, it doesn't, but you could go ahead.
It doesn't what?
Mashiach is a little bit much.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying it's a little bit much for your father's Mashiach, but that's fascinating. Continue.
Well, I'll explain to you. If I had to imagine the qualities of Melech HaMashiach, so the qualities of making every person feel special in a constant dialogue with the Ribono Shel Olam, Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam, and bringing light wherever they walk, that's what our lives were like. That's what our lives were like. And I think one of the hardest times I ever had in my life is when I realized that I'm not my father. I know I'm getting very philosophical and deep, but I'm going to try to keep it as real as possible. Like, I know that my brother and I have names in the world, and this is, I guess, what Hashem wants in this door, but we grew up in the midst of real, authentic greatness. Not greatness of Olam Hazeh stuff, but we saw firsthand what it's like to live with someone that Tzelem Elokim never diminished. It only got more and more pure. It only gets more and more pure over the years. That's really, really what we feel.
That's powerful. Let me ask the Chazan Katz, how important is Shalom Bayis in bringing up children?
When a couple gets married, the first thing that the couple has to know is to have שלום בית. מה זאת אומרת? It's not only to light the candles, it's not only to have the beautiful Shabbos there. A person has to know where to bring up the balance between the family. The up and downs that there are in a family, only the Shlom Bayit brings the balance. Only the Shlom Bayit. זאת אומרת, האדם צריך לדעת איפה לוותר בכדי שהאיזון יהיה במשפחה.
Okay. I'm curious, can I hear from the boys? What do you feel? How important is Shalom Bayis in Chinuch?
That's like saying, how important is it to eat?
Okay. Well, I would say, Tan, the divorce rate in the United States exceeds 50%.
Mm-hmm.
So many people don't agree with that. So, but if you could elaborate.
I once heard a beautiful thing. Someone said to me, why do we say when we bench, we say, or Beshus Avimori, we say Avimori, Imi Morasi. And the truth is that how many of us have our parents teaching us? We go to school, we have rebbes, we have moras, we don't have anybody teaching us. I mean, our parents teaching us. But the honest truth is that every single second that they're looking at you, you're teaching them what to do. So when my son says Avi Mori, it's not because he wakes up in the morning and he goes to Beis Medrash in the school, in the house, and I teach him. It's because he sees how I wake up in the morning. He sees how I talk to my wife. He sees how I wash my hands. He's learning everything from me, whether I like it or not. So if one of the basic Torah qualities of decency, of being a real decent human being, besides all the mitzvahs that come together with it, which is 100% as much as important. But besides the fact that if a person doesn't see his parents getting along, I can't imagine what kind of horrible space of fear and vulnerability and lack of safety, of shelter. But Shalom Bayis is I don't even know what to say. I really do believe that at the end of the day, I could talk for an hour about it, but if a person doesn't believe that Shalom Bayis for a child is as important as eating breakfast, then that person shouldn't really be married. I don't think they should get involved.
Okay. Reb Shlomo, let me ask you, for parents who don't necessarily have an artistic streak in themselves, but feel it's important in their children to encourage it, how do we bring out the niggin, the art, the part of the Adam that is beyond, Kriyas HaSefer, beyond din? How do we go beyond? And how do we encourage that streak of creativity in our children?
Asking Mitzad if a person himself as a parent doesn't feel artistic and creative?
Correct.
That kind of parent?
Yeah.
I can only speak in terms of assumption because I didn't grow up in a house like that, and I'm not living in a house like that right now. But if I had to assume, I would probably say that the first mahalach a parent has to do is to detach themselves a little bit from their vision of who their child is and being open to the fact that, even though what I'm going to say sounds obvious, but the children are their own bria. Even though they come from the parents, the children they bring their own thing to the world, their own character, their own shlichus. Reb Nassim Breslover said that the reason why we have children, I did a shir on this a year ago, and I asked this question. It was a parenting shir, and I asked a question that everyone thought it was like a trick question, and the question was, why did any of you have children? So everyone's waiting for some kind of like a punchline or whatever. And I said, no, I just want to know, like, what's the reason that we have children? So the answers started to be nervous answers. And people realized that they never stop to think about it. Reb Nassim Breslover says the reason why we have children is because each child brings to the world a new way of revealing Kadosh Baruch Hu's Malchus. That's what each child brings into the world. And if Hashem wanted our children to do the same thing that we're doing, he wouldn't create these children. Hashem doesn't need imitations. But I think a parent has to, and this is a very hard thing, psychologically speaking, and then emotionally as well. But it's very difficult for a parent to let go of the notion that perhaps their child is just made of different stock. So I think awareness of that is the first shlav. And once you're aware of that and you're open to that, then the ratzon of a parent for their child to succeed in what makes them unique and special will be a hopefully natural factor of that awareness.
Okay. Let me ask the Chazan, as somebody who's brought up two such successful children, if you were to give 2 or 3 parenting tips to the listeners, what would they be?
As I said at the beginning, the parents, they have to give the child, it's a beginner, we are talking about the beginning of his life in the age of 5, 6, to give him and to try to see what is that they like to do. if they like to be, if they like to draw, if they like to paint, if they like to sing, if they like to, everybody wants to play the guitar. I'm telling you, my students in school, I am playing the guitar, I'm playing the guitar. I said to one of them, anybody plays the tuba? Anybody plays violin, okay, violin? No, they don't have this approach. So the התפקיד של הורה, the job of a parent is to give them, to open their eyes, to open the eyes of the Kinderlach, to listen, if it's music, to listen to classical music, to the Beatles, and to see where they're going from there.
To find the child's natural interests and talents.
Right.
One, give me three. I'm going to ask your sons to add on one each. So.
Okay, maybe Eitan and Shlomo, they will give.
Okay, so Adarabah, sons, add on one.
Eitan.
Shlomo
good
first.
Parenting. Give
He's
us
older.
each what you believe to be a core and good parenting advice. What would it be?
Crying over your children to the Ribono Shel Olam.
I like to add one small thing that is very big, to give them love, to give them so much love.
Okay.
It goes together, and then it combines, goes together in some place.
Eitan, what would be your, if you had to, this is my parenting advice, it would be?
This is going to sound funny, but I think that parents should either be in the process of their own therapy, or whether it's individual or couples, because I haven't met anybody in the past 15 years that doesn't have tangled up, stuff. And well, obviously we can't be perfect, and we can't, it's impossible to be 100%. But the very least we can do is to be in a constant state of self-growth. And I'm not belittling learning Musar, learning Hasidus, and talking to you every once in a while. But this generation calls for a lot more healthy interaction between in growth. And I would say that if the parents, again, this is a list of 1,000 things that we could talk about as far as parenting skills. But one thing that no one's going to say, or I haven't really heard, is that, you are giving over to your child what you are, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. And if you feel tangled inside, then they're going to hear a tangled father inside. When you feel like you're not being honest with yourself, when you feel like there are just thoughts, behaviors that keep you down, then that's, whether you like it or not, that's what they see. And the best thing you could do for your child is to take care of your own mental and spiritual health.
Shusa the Yanukai, the Abba, the Ime, he's saying stay healthy so that the child, in effect, becomes healthy.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
this cousin Katz, you must be super proud. And the two sons, it was an honor having you all. Thank you so much for your time.
I am an ancient wall of stone, atop a hill so high. And if
Yisroel Acheinu Kol Beis Yisroel.
My name is Hanoch Teller, and I welcome you to the Vayichan program. We're going to be talking about the disparate world that all united together with Achdut in the Shanghai Ghetto, Hankou Ghetto, during World War II, located in Shanghai, China. We have two very, very distinguished panelists joining us. Both of them were actually there. So I'm telling you, as a student of history, they were living history. I'm going to get to our distinguished panelists, Rebbetzin Chayle Small, currently in Chicago, of course, and Dr. Donath, who lives in Riverdale, in Scarsdale. Is that correct? Scarsdale, Westchester, and here I am in Yerushalayim. So let me just begin by firstly thanking the brainchild of Vayichan, that's Rabbi Reuven Taragin, the great visionary and also the great unifier, who conceived of the idea of Vayichan program. I also want to thank Professor Vera Schwartz, who in many ways was the shadchan for today's program because she wrote the most brilliant book. She doesn't have to do anything other than brilliant, but Professor Schwartz is a history professor in Chinese. She's a poet. She's a Baha'i and a Shama, and all this came together in the book, and every single word. I never read a more brilliant book, with perhaps the exception of Diane Medved's masterwork. This is the book, for those, if you can see it, it's called In the Crook of the Rock, Jewish Refuge in a World Gone Wild, the Chaya Leah Walken story. Chaya Walken later became Chaya Small, gracing your screen. It is the most utterly intelligent book, but okay, enough about that. And as I was reading the book, praying that it would never end, I came across this piece of history that in the Hankou Ghetto, where the Jews were forced, Dr. Donath can perhaps expand upon this later, forced to congregate. They were literally a ghetto, they were forced to enter, which had all the squalor, the disease, the hunger, the filth of a ghetto, a lot of overcrowding. In that wildly disparate world, which was the Yeshiva community, about 20,000 Austrian Jews, also German Jews, also Baghdadi Jews, Eastern European, North African Jews, and they, I believe, are certainly Middle Eastern Jews, all of them displayed, by and large, an Achdut that is memorable and remarkable, certainly inspiring for all of us, hence our connection to the program. I also want to point out that in the Shanghai Ghetto, despite disparity, that lesson, right, we said it, that's our lesson for today. Now, I think I owe you, in the viewing audience, before we get to our distinguished panel, a little bit of the history of how the Jews ended up, at least the Mir Yeshiva ended up in Shanghai, or in the Orient. As you know, here's a brief lesson of history. If you want to read more in depth, I would recommend you go to, For the Love of Torah, the biography of Rav Nosson Tzvi Finkel, where there's a chapter about how the Jews ended up in Shanghai. Coincidentally, Teller wrote that book. Okay, so what happened was there's the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which left Vilna as under Soviet control. The Gadol Hador, the most prominent rabbi of the generation of Chaim Moshe Grudzinski, saw that here there was a window of opportunity because now Vilna did not have governmental restrictions. You did not need to enter Vilna with a passport or a visa. He ordered all the yeshivos to come to Vilna, even for men traveling by rail on Shabbos. So Mir and Baranovich and Kletsk and Slutsk and Amshinov and Lubavitch traveled to Vilna, and the Gadol Hador, suffering, although no one is aware of this, from terminal cancer, takes everyone under his wing. Now, for all the safety that Vilna accorded, it was still a ticking time bomb. And they knew that either the Germans would invade, which meant the end of Jewish life, or the Russians would invade, and it meant also the end of Jewish life, but they didn't realize that the Germans invaded meant the end of life, period. So something had to be done. Ostensibly, freedom could be obtained with a passport or a visa, but there wasn't a country in the world that was offering refuge to Jews in 1939. Then came a student in the Tels Yeshiva named Nachum Gutwirth from Holland, whose mother said, get out. He went to the Dutch council and said, I want to go home. And he said to him, I regret to inform you, but as of already the spring of 1940, all the Low Countries were conquered by Germany. We don't exist. So he said, what about Curacao, which is in the Bahamas or the West Indies, north of Venezuela? That was a Dutch colony. He said, that is true. But to go to Curacao, you do not need a visa. You need a landing permit from the governor of the island. So then, Pesla Lewin, the mother of the very famous attorney, super lawyer, Nat Lewin. And she's famous for many reasons, but Nat Lewin is an extremely famous individual. She came up with this brilliant idea to get her husband a visa. She said, just write no visa required to Curacao and leave off the end of the sentence the fact that to get there you need a landing permit from the governor of the island. He bought the idea, so it looks official, but it has no meaning. So now we have Jews from Lithuania or from Poland, and Poland has been conquered, it doesn't exist. But there was a lucky break in history, we call this Hashgacha Pratit, called the Anglo-Franco Alliance. And that meant that England and France would recognize Poland if Germany invaded, and that is what in fact what happened. So they had a Polish passport which just said Poland on top. It was worth nothing. It was worth as much as a Confederate passport. And now they need a visa. In September of 39, a remarkable hero comes to Lithuania. His name is Senpo Sugihara. He becomes the Japanese ambassador in Kovna, and Sugihara is a man with a very large heart. Soon his embassy becomes a very, very popular place. A student from the Mir Yeshiva learned about this, no visa required, no landing permit, no visa required to Curacao, which is akin to saying no cost for air. Everyone knows air is free. He says, you know, I'm making a trip around the world. Would you mind if I stop off in Japan along the way? He said, let me see your passport. It says, no visa required to Curacao. I said, okay. He gave him a 21-day transit visa to go to Japan. Soon more learned about it, and at 5 o'clock in the morning, there are thousands of Jews clamoring to receive a visa to Japan, a transit visa on their way to Curacao. Mind you, that would be akin to traveling from America to England via Argentina. And yet, he's happy to oblige. Now, the government of Japan doesn't know why in the world he wants to do this. They're not being very forthright, not being very helpful, but on his own accord and volition, Sugihara issues visas to whoever requests, and he gets people from the Mir Yeshiva to help him process the visas. We're talking about 1 year before the extermination camps are running full tilt, and now thousands are getting transit visas to Japan for 21 days. The catch is you have to leave. And how do you leave? Russia. This is, right, Lithuania, Poland, this is occupied now by the Russians. And to the north and east is Russia. No one ever left Russia. The south and the west is Nazi-occupied Europe. But the Russians opened up an immigration office, one in Lithuania, one in Poland. It was controlled by the NKVD, which preceded the KGB. And everyone knew it was a ruse. They wouldn't let you out. But the rabbi said, we have no choice. So they lined up, and thanks to money which came in from abroad, Hayas, the Vat Hatzalah, the Joint, they were able to acquire visas which cost $200 American. That was a very significant amount of money. They registered, and they had to pay with American dollars, and having American dollars in Russia meant a trip to Siberia. And yet they got the visas. They traveled 12 time zones all the way from the western side of Russia, from Lithuania. They made themselves to Vladivostok and crossed the Straits of Japan, and landing first in Kobe, Japan. And finally, we begin our story. And then after 6 months in Kobe, the Japanese then expel them onto Shanghai, and brings us to our distinguished panelists who will tell us about the Shanghai, what life was like in Shanghai, and particularly for our program today, the unity that was displayed among the disparate world of Shanghai. One last time, I don't know where you find them on your screen. We have Dr. Donath, who was there as a young boy coming from Austria, and I feel very distinguished. We both were born in Vienna. You were born, I assume, before the war, before the Anschluss. I was born well over 10 years after the war. And Rebbetzin Small, who was from Lithuania, correct, or Poland, Lithuania? Rebbetzin Small, where are you from?
We went from Poland to Lithuania.
You were born in
Lithuania, okay.
Belarus.
Belarus, okay, even better. And okay, lady and gentlemen, please take it away. Tell us about where you were in Shanghai.
You want me to start first, Rabbi?
Yes.
Okay, just to tell you what happened with our family. We did not leave Vienna till 1940. My father had a business in Vienna, so he was one of those people that thought things would blow over, and obviously they never did, and it was a last-minute effort on his part to get out. It cost him a lot of money, but in terms of paying off certain people to be able to get out of Vienna at that time. And we were scheduled to go to Italy, which we did, and head towards New Zealand. When we got to Italy, it turns out that the U-boat warfare had begun, and the Germans said no more traffic across the Mediterranean. So my father had to make a U-turn, and that was the last place that was open to Jews was Shanghai, because as you pointed out earlier, there was no paperwork required. So all you had to do was buy passage on a steamship, and we got onto the second to last steamship in 1940, and we arrived in Shanghai in April of 1940. At that time, my father still had some resources, and we lived, as I mentioned to you earlier, that we lived in the French concession, which was a very elegant part of the city, till about 1943, which is when the Japanese edicted that any refugees that had come to Shanghai after 1938 had to move to this ghetto. And so we wound up, my brother and I and my parents, in one room in a relatively nice building, which is part of a compound. It was surrounded by a gate and a fence, a metal fence, and it kept out anybody from the outside coming into this compound. So it was relatively upscale compared to the conditions that existed in Shanghai. So it's at that point that my good friend Haya and her family, who had moved into the building adjacent to ours, we became very friendly. And life, fortunately, even though there were significant deprivations going on among many of the refugees, lack of medicines, lack of food, there were all kinds of diseases going on, like dysentery and cholera and so forth. Many people died among the Jews, but we fortunately managed to survive under the circumstances. And
if I may interrupt you for just 1 second, if it's okay, because I want to keep to the theme of today, not just the history, is that Dr. Donath mentioned that he was next door neighbors to the Valken family, Chayleia's family, and they were friendly. Now we're talking about two very disparate worlds. Dr. Donath is coming from a enlightened Viennese family that was not observant, and the Valken family is a family of Gedolei Yisrael that were Rosh Yeshivas in Lithuania. Chayleia's brother is one of the Gedolei Bali Musar of our generation. So just to get an idea of where they're coming from and where they are, and yet they were living as not just neighbors, but as with friendship.
Absolutely, I was very friendly, not only with the Haya and her sister, but her brother at that time. So we played all the time together, and we celebrated a lot of things. For example, just anecdotally, the first time in my life when as they say in Yiddish, if your audience understands a few words, I was subjected to Schlugen Kaporis during the high holiday season. And we also had a sukkah in our compound that the Walken family was instrumental. So we lived in the sukkah, had our meals. We did a lot of things together. We were very friendly. And a lot of it is due to Chaya's distinguished father, the Mayor Rabbi Shmuel Walken.
Very remarkable. You're talking about 180,000 Jews in Vienna after World War I, and your first experience with the sukkah was in Shanghai, China.
Right. Well, I was a youngster when we got there, but that's absolutely true. And I went to Talmud Torah in Shanghai. We had a number of shuls there, but they're all Orthodox shuls. But people like me who came from, as you say, not a very strict Orthodox background. We went there to shuls regularly on the Shabbat services and etc. And we got very acclimated to doing things in the Orthodox way. So there was no discrimination as to whether you were a Reformed Jew or a conservative Jew. We didn't have that. There were shuls that were really traditionally Orthodox. At the time, there were no different denominations.
Excuse me, Rebson Small, please pardon us for violating the critical rule of ladies first. But you're on now.
You're on. Talk about what your experience was.
I'm sorry, it takes me a little while. Speaking with Paul, by the way, Paul became Shomer Shabbos. That's Eric's older brother. All I think to the influence of what he had through the life in Shanghai. I went to the Kaduri school. I went to the Shanghai Jewish school. Our home that I want to talk about, my father was one that was open to everyone, no matter who. My father had the theory, I eat as I eat, a Jew is a Jew, and we have to help because everyone is born with Tselem Elohim. Coming to Shanghai were the Mir Yeshiva. Now, in that time, we had about, I would say, 6 or 7 married people with children. The rest were the yeshiva life. These were boys from the ages of 14, 15, up to 21, alone. So who became their father figure? My father. And our home was constantly with yeshiva boys. Food was sparse, but we always had food. It was a little bit, but we shared. And then also in the ghetto, there was a large group of German Jews. They joined. They wanted to have more. It was German Jews who were, like my friend Charlotte Eisenberg, there were Eva Schulhoff, my teacher, who wanted more out of life, and they joined the Orthodox community. Those were all young people. We built a shelter, as Eric had said, the sukkah. We had a shelter. We lived a normal life. We did not have to go on a march. We did not have to scurry for potato peels. You crossed away from our compound was a market. Whoever had money was able to buy, not a lot. We had hunger days also, but we lived. We had Shabbos, we had Yantiv, we had Rosh Hashanah. As Eric said, Shlon Kaporos. Rosh Hashanah was a day of awe and fear. Purim, going down to the shul, the Ohel Vachel in the French concession was the highlight of us. The community, the Sfardim, the Ashkenazim, the German Jews, the Austrian Jews, everybody was like one big family, sharing together the good and the bad. The bombing, when it came to America, when they bombed us, we all joined together. The stories of Israel, of Shanghai, is a miracle to us because Poland was completely eradicated from any yeshiva. Yet that little group of Mir Yeshiva, Chachmei Lublin, all the little yeshiva boys, who a total of 125, built up today a world, a total world. When you go down any place, that came from the Litvish world, the group that ended up in Shanghai. So when I look at Shanghai being a haven, but it was also a nest. The biggest nest that we had is the saving of the world in Shanghai through a Japanese diplomat who went against all odds, did not obey the emperor, and gave us visas. And there were 3 people involved in this odyssey. It was Shigehara, who gave us the visas. It was Ney, who was not supposed to let us get off in Vladivostok, disobeyed his superiors and let us embark. And then there was Abraham Kutsusi, who here we're coming into a strange land. We speak Yiddish, we speak Hebrew, we're coming into a land of Japanese. And there is one man who decided to study the Talmud, was fascinated by the Yiddish world, and spoke Hebrew. And he and the Amshel Rebbe were the interpreters when we had to come to the Japanese for any request that we needed. So you see, everything was not Derech HaTeva. Every day there were miracles and miracles, and only because we were all in it together.
Okay, 1 second, Rebson, wonderful. We only have about 4 minutes left. So the miracles they're simply astounding. In the place of Katsuji, that this man would know Hebrew and have an interest in Jews and ultimately converted to Judaism himself. It's a remarkable story, but let's focus now with the 4 minutes that remain between our 2 panelists. just to try and how we can code a lesson for ourselves in today's age of how we can live together, even if we are disparate, different outlooks and lifestyles.
Let's see.
You have 4 minutes left to talk about how.
Dr. Donath, you have something to contribute, please? What you learned from Shanghai.
I don't know if it was so different in lifestyle. I'm not going to say that. You have to understand the wealthy German Jews who came, it was humbling for them. But yet we reached out to them. Of course, they had everything. They had, when those who came from Austria came with homes that were upscale. They had everything going for them, and all of a sudden you're coming into a slum. They had trouble adjusting to that. But we all reached out together. When there was no food, my father and Rabbi Ashkenazi opened a soup kitchen. And one of the comments that one of the German Jews would come, they would sit down and eat. They always made sure to put on a yarmulke. There were little things. We just lived together. We survived together. I never saw any problems. We played together, went to school together.
Okay. Let's hear Dr. Donath.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you asked the question, how can we translate that into today's world? My observation would be the following. We tend to put labels today in terms of different denominations, whether it's Reform or Reconstructionist or Conservative or otherwise. I personally feel that we're all Jews. We're born Jews, and labels are not necessarily complementary to us. We should forget about labels and welcome everybody and anybody as a Jew, no matter what his or her level of observance is. That would go a long way towards unifying the Jewish people, because once you're born as a Jew, you're a Jew no matter what you do in life, and that's the most important thing to remember.
Yes.
Okay.
I eat is I eat, no matter what.
Yes.
Eat is I eat.
Every Jew is born a prince, so we remain princes, right?
Right.
If I could say, I'd like to say one small Yiddish phrase for your audience, which was taught to me many years ago by a very Orthodox colleague of mine who worked with me professionally, and he said, "Es schwer zu sein a Yid, aber es soll Geschmack."
Okay, for those not familiar, it's difficult to be a Jew, but it certainly is sweet. Exactly. Okay, so with this, we thank you very much for participating. And we wish everyone else in the Vayichan program, we should take this message. We want to build a base and make this quickly in our day. And the way to do this is through Ahavas Yisroel, and certainly to stay as far removed as possible from sinas chinam, baseless hatred, for no reason whatsoever. Interestingly, is that we know that the temple was destroyed for many reasons. And yet, everyone know if they would violate Avodah Zarah, inappropriate worship or sexual crimes, they would know they're wrong. Apparently people think that baseless hatred applies to someone else and doesn't apply to me. We're going to take the lesson to heart. No matter what, this is going to be taboo, verboten, and we shan't violate. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
I am an ancient wall of stone, atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the base Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold song. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear? But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara hovashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabashim. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara uvashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabashim. koif yirachem yirachem aleihem v'yotzim mitzara lirvacha u'meyafela v'yaya u'mishibot v'geula hashta v'agala u'bizman karev Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara v'ashivya Ha'indim bein baya u'bein baya b'Acheinu Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara u'vashivya ha'imdim bein bayam u'bein bayam b'Acheinu Hamakom yirachem yirachem aleihem v'yotzim mitzara lirvacha u'meyafela liyaya mishibat l'geula hashta b'agala u'bizman karev Hamakom yirachem yirachem aleihem v'yotzim mitzara lirvacha u'meyafela v'yaya u'mishibot v'geula hashta b'agala u'bizman karev
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the base amigdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin has can build it once again. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
one. You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the base Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara hovashivya. Hoindim bein bayam, uvein bayabasham. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara uvashivya. Ha'oimdim bein bayam, uvein bayabasham. Ha'ma'akayim yirachem, yirachem aleihem, v'yotziim mitzara. Livacha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligiulashta bagala u'bizman karev. Hamokoim yirachem, yirachem aleihem, v'yotziim mitzara. Lirvacha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligi geula hashta bagala ubizman karev Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara uvashivya Ha'indim bein bayam uvein bayabas Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara uvashivya Ha'indim bein bayam uvein bayabas Hamakan yirachem aleihem v'yotziem mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah mishibat legeula ashta bagala ubizman karev Hamakoim yirachem aleihem v'yotziem mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat legeula hashta bagala ubizman karev
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin has brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever. We stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one, together, together. We stood by our
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your heart. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael, hanisunim batzara v'ashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara uvashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Ha'ma'akayim yirachem aleihem v'yotziim mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligiulashta bagala uvizman karev. Hamokoim yirachem aleihem v'yotziim mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligiulashta bagala uvizman karev. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara uvashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara uvashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Ha'ma'akayim yirachem aleihem v'yotziim mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligiulashta bagala uvizman karev. Hamokoim yirachem aleihem v'yotziim mitzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibat ligiulashta bagala uvizman karev.
I am man. stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this girl ascend? How much more can we bear? But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara hovashevya, haimdim bein bayam uvein bayabasham. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'im Dim Vein Bayam Uvein Bayam Vashachenu Ha'ma'akam Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitziei Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah Mishibat Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Karim Hamokoim Yirachem Aleihem V'yotzim Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibut Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'im Dim Vein Bayam Uvein Bayam Vashachenu Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'im Dim Vein Bayam Uvein Bayam Vashachenu Ha'ma'akam Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitziei Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah Mishibat Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Karim Hamokoim Yirachem Aleihem V'yotzim Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibut Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Karim
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to
once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
Where has the Beis Hamikdash gone? I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by
sinners chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
but sin and chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara v'ashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara v'ashivya, ha'imdim bein bayam uvein bayabasha. Shiba Hamokoim Yirachem Yirachem Aleihem V'yotzim Mitzara Lirvacha U'me'afela v'yaya U'mishibot V'geula hashta V'agala U'bizman karev Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Batzara Uvashivya Ha'indim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayam Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Batzara Uvashivya Ha'indim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayam Hamokoim Yirachem Yirachem Aleihem V'yotzim Mitzara Lirvacha U'me'afela v'yaya Mishibat L'geula hashta B'agala U'bizman karev Hamokoim Yirachem Yirachem Aleihem V'yotzim Mitzara Lirvacha U'me'afela v'yaya U'mishibot V'geula hashta B'agala U'bizman karev
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin has brought it down, and with its can build it once again. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
one. You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
Where has the Beis Hamikdash gone? I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever, we must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever, we must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever, we must stand together forever as one. Together, together, we stood by our
Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara uvashivya. Ha'imdim bein bayam, uvein bayabashim. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael. Hanisunim batzara, batzara uvashivya. Ha'imdim bein bayam, uvein bayabashim. Ha'ma'akayim yirachem, yirachem aleihem, v'yaitzi'em mitzara. Livacha u'me'afel aliyah mishiban. Ligiulashta bagala uvizman karim. Hamokoim yirachem, yirachem aleihem, v'yaitzi'em mitzara. Lirvacha Bagala ubizman Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara Vashivya Hoindim bein bayam Uvein bayam Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Acheinu kol beis Yisrael Hanisunim batzara uvashivya ha'oimdim bein bayam uvein bayam v'shacheinu Amakan yirachem aleihem v'yoytziem b'tzara livracha u'me'afel aliyah mishibai legeula ashta bagala ubizman karim hamokoim yirachem aleihem v'yoytziem mitzara lirvacha u'me'afel aliyah u'mishibot legeula ashta bagala ubizman karim
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
Where has the Beis Hamikdash gone? I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together
stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this call us end? How much more can we bear?
But sin and chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice.
Beis Yisrael, Hanisunim Batzara Hovashivya, Hoindim Bein Bayam, Uvein Bayabashim. Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisrael. Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisrael. Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya, Ha'oimdim Bein Bayam, Uvein Bayabashim. Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah Mishibat Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Karim Hamokoim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livracha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiula Ashta Bagala Ubizman Karim.
Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisroel. Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisroel.
Ahavas Yisroel, that is the subject to talk about at this time. So let me share with you a few ideas by way of celebrating, I suppose, the completion of your admirable program in terms of our feeling about Jews, loving other Jews, Jewish people, loving the Jewish people as a whole. The starting point, of course, is that it is more than a mitzvah, I would say, to love other Jews. Now, we know some Jews are harder to love than others. That's true. I'm afraid that doesn't diminish the obligation. Perhaps it gives even more merit for this effort. Let me try to give you an insight into something perhaps a little unusual, but more thought-provoking maybe than simply chizuk in the idea itself. Something to think about. I would like to suggest that relating to the Jewish people, love of the Jewish people has two dimensions. There's loving Jews and seeking their benefit, that we know. But I think there's something about the Jewish people as a whole that should occupy another place in our minds. In other words, I think there's something about a community, the togetherness of community that transcends individuals, that I think we should think about as well. Let me put this in contemporary terms, if I may. We're living through a COVID crisis, an unusual situation, lockdowns, isolation. That's a remarkable opportunity to think about individuals, isolation, what that does to us, the space we're given to think on our own, and missing community, minyanim for a long period of time, getting together in many ways, still going through that. What thoughts are occasioned by this situation? Let me mention two Gemaras that I think are seldom compared, but I think they have a very important relevance to each other. Let's talk about the obligation to save oneself as opposed to saving others. And let's see how that works out when we think about it on an individual level and on a community level. On an individual level, I'm thinking of a famous Gemara, which everyone I'm sure is familiar with, Gemara in Baba Metzia. Gemara says that if two people are walking in the desert, one of them has a bottle of water, and there's only enough water in the bottle to get that person back to civilization, or if you share the water with your friend, neither one gets back. In other words, is only enough water to get you back home, but the cost of that will be letting your friend die. If, however, you share the water with your friend, you both live another day, but neither one gets home. Not enough water to get you back to civilization and long-term survival. As you know, there's an argument in the Gemara between Ben Petura and Rabbi Akiva, two different sides, logic of the question, and we rule according to Rabbi Akiva's opinion, that is, the one who has the water drinks it. Leave your friend to die, you drink the water, chayecha kodmin, your obligation to save yourself precedes that of saving your friend, and therefore you drink the water. Most opinions, this is not directly our subject, but most opinions are that that's an obligation. There are opinions, like the Or HaChaim, amazingly, who points out that it's a permission. In other words, you may choose to save your friend's life over your own. You may choose yours, or you could choose your friend's. Most poskim who talk about this seem to feel it's not a permissibility to drink the water, it's a downright obligation. Chayecha kodmin is not a heter, it's a chiyuv. In other words, you're obliged to save your life. As a complete side point, just to give you something to think about after this talk, what would happen if no one owns the water? Chazon Ish discusses this. What would happen if you arrive there with a helicopter, you've got a bottle of water, two people in the desert, you could give it to one, say flip a coin, give it to one, and he will survive, or you could split it between two who will live a little longer and then they'll both die. In other words, would we handle this the same way or not? I think the question really boils down to this. Why does the Gemara say, why does Rabbi Akiva say that the one who has the water drinks it? Is it because it's better to save one life, or is it because it's his water? You see, the test case would be if it's not his water. A third party arrives with a bottle of water, you land there in your helicopter, it's neither one's water. Would we then default to Ben Petura since no one owns the water? Or is the value of saving one life rather than two short-term deaths, does that transcend in this case as well? Okay, some homework, something interesting, and I hope it keeps you up all night thinking. You look it up in the Chazon Ish, it talks about it in more than one place. But let's go back to the basic din. The basic din is that the one who has the water drinks it, and you save your life. That's well known. Your life comes first. You have a concentric layers, a hierarchy of concentric levels of life-saving, and you come first. There's another Gemara in the Dorim, Daf Pei. There the Gemara talks about a water supply to a city, not to an individual. Remarkably parallel in some ways. But there we're talking about community, not individual. The other Gemara says that if two cities are on a water course, let's say there's a well, or with water flowing from the well into a stream or a river, some sort of water supply, which is located in one of the towns, and then flows down to a downstream town. Now, what happens if there's limited water in the stream? The other Gemara talks about which priorities, giving water for drinking, water for the animals, various types of priority the Gemara goes through. And then it gets to this one. What if there's only enough water in the river that if the upstream people drink only, there'll be enough water for the downstream people to drink? But if the upstream people drink and do their laundry, talking about washing clothing, there'll be no water at all for the downstream people to drink. Now let's get this clear. We're talking here about drinking water as opposed to laundry water, which means if the people upstream constrain themselves to drink only, their compatriots downstream will have water to drink. If, however, the people upstream drink and do their laundry, they wash their clothing, there'll be no water at all for the downstream people to drink. What's the obligation of Jews in the upstream town? Now, the majority opinion is that they drink only and they leave enough water for the downstream friends. Rabbi Yossi comes along, and it's a very weighty opinion in halacha. It's brought in subsequent sources, and he says that the upstream people drink and wash. They drink and do their laundry, even though the downstream people have no water to drink at all. Now, this is remarkable. Now, it's true there's a lot of room to move in this Gemara, without now going into the details, on both ends. There are some opinions that the people downstream without water will not die of thirst. Only they will have to make an extreme effort to find water. That's one opinion. Other opinions are that, in fact, it's a life and death question for them. The upstream people, there are also two opinions about that, a range of opinions. One set of opinions is that they do their laundry because it's a life and death question for them. If they don't do their washing, there'll be an outbreak of hygiene-related epidemic among them, which is also a life and death question. Admittedly, not death tomorrow, but perhaps death the next day or the next week. That's also life and death, and they may consider that. Other opinions are that the laundry is only a question of convenience and comfort. So there's a lot of leeway in how you learn this Gemara. But with cutting through all of that, we still see a remarkable thing. We see that there's, from one perspective at least, and this may even be an extreme perspective if you go through the factors I just mentioned, the people upstream are allowed to wash as well as drink, even though downstream people have no water to drink. Now that's remarkable. But I think the question to ask here is, how would that apply to an individual? Is it conceivable we'd think that way with an individual? Let's go back to the desert. Two people walking through the desert. One of them has a bottle of water. And there's only enough water, let's assume. Let's take a new case. Let's assume there's enough water to get both of you home. Just enough to get both of you home. But just before sharing the water with his friend, the man with the water turns to his friend and he says, I really need to wash my shirt. His friend says to him, but how can you do that? I'm going to die. He says, well, there's a Gemara in Nedarim. It says that my laundry comes before your life. Is that conceivable? It's unthinkable. The Gemara doesn't address the question at all. And the reason is that when it comes to an individual and when it comes to a community, we think differently. When it comes to an individual, there's no question about your laundry. That could well be a life and death question for a community. I think you see this in Gittin as well, when the Gemara talks about impoverishing a community to ransom captives back. We won't pay exorbitant prices to ransom captives back under certain circumstances for fear of impoverishing a community. That's a real thing. They bring in the name of the Rogatchover, in classic, typical fashion for him. He said that the reason we don't say B'chol Mo'odechem in the second paragraph of Shema, what do we say in Shema? We say B'chol Lavshecha B'chol Mo'odecha in the first paragraph when we speak to the individual. You have to love Hashem with all your heart, all your soul, and all your money, your life and your money. In the second paragraph, we don't mention money when we're speaking in the plural to a community. Said the Rogatchover, for you as an individual, you have to give everything for Hashem. But you give all your money, which is impoverishing a community and has consequences for others in the community. No, not so fast. So I think you see this very clearly. A community has needs. In the COVID situation, we're talking about locking down individuals to save them and impoverishing a community. That's very real. There's no question that the isolation and lockdown was necessary in the beginning. But there comes a point in time when impoverishing a community, costing jobs, and all sorts of effects on a community are very real. Okay, it's a delicate balance. How you release that pressure, risk individuals for the sake of community, that's a very thorny problem. But the two sides of the problem are real. Let me tell you an incident that I remember hearing from Rav Zilberstein. Here's what happened. In the life of Rav Elyashiv, Rav Zilberstein, his son-in-law, was faced with the following question, which he put to Rav Elyashiv. There was a family living in young couple living in a certain European city, found themselves unable to have children for a long time, and eventually found themselves at a very good fertility unit at a Tel Aviv hospital, and they had a child. Happened to be exceptionally wealthy young couple, and in his joy at having a child, the new father made a massive donation to the hospital, but stipulating that his money should go to helping other people have children. After all, that's how he wanted to express his gratitude. Well, the director of the hospital, Israelis sometimes have their own opinions. And the hospital director said to the fellow, that's immoral of you. It is immoral of you to pay money to help people have children when I've got dying people who need to be saved. I've got people who need chemotherapy that's expensive and surgery. You have no right to help people have children when I've got dying people who need to be saved. It's a straight question of pikuach nefesh. So the man said, I'm not giving my money. Well, they ended up at Rav Elyashiv. What is the right thing to do? Rav Elyashiv said, this man has a full right to give his money to help the fertility program. So the hospital director said, Rabbi, don't you know Jewish law? Pikuach nefesh, saving lives. How can you say that? And listen to what Rav Elyashiv said, and I heard this from Rav Zilberstein myself. He said, a country needs a normal spread of facilities. When you fund only emergencies, military and emergency facilities, people get an embattled mentality. That affects morale. That's a life and death question. Now, you need very broad shoulders to call those shots for a community, but that's what he said. So I think we see again, without going into the nitty-gritty technical halachic question on that particular occasion, but I think you see from here again another view of the same question. Community has a reality, and we need to think on that level as well. The Arizal says something quite amazing. He says that the last thought you should have before you daven Shmoneh Esrei, you're about to approach Hashem, you're taking 3 steps forward, you're about to engage with Hashem. What is the last thought that should cross your mind before you think and focus on your love and closeness with Hashem? He says, Ahavas Yisroel. Isn't that amazing? You're about to address God, speak to Hashem. The obvious thought is how much you love Hashem. No, the last thought you take with you as you move into that relationship, how much you love other Jews. There are many layers to this Kabbalistically as well, of course. But a simple one is this. What sort of child are you of a parent if you're not concerned about your siblings? A child approaches a parent completely oblivious of the needs of his siblings, which are causing pain to the parent. You don't understand the parent-child relationship if you do that. And therefore, as you move into your private relationship with Hashem, your private relationship, Shemona Esrei, your private communication, you take with you your love of other Jews. And that love of other Jews builds a reality that is transcendent. When it comes to counting the Omer, what do? We count to a point which transcends individual counting. The last day of the Omer, the Torah says, Tisbru Chamishim Yom, we don't count the 50th day. We do not count the 50th day. The point is we get to something beyond counting. The parts amount to something that is beyond the parts. When you play musical notes, each note is ridiculously trivial. Each note is a plink or a plonk or a plonk or a plink. But when you put the plinks and plonks together, you get something called music, which transcends the notes by far, and yet is built only through the notes. That transcendent reality, which is a poem, or a painting, or a story, or the history of the Jewish people, or any musical experience, is made by attention to the details. To each, if you get one note wrong, you haven't played the music correctly. But the experience is the music which transcends the notes. Your life should be like that. Your life is a series of events, ideas in Torah, sugis in Torah mastered, which should amount to something which transcends, which gives you a knowledge that transcends the logical. There should be assembly of parts. A marriage should be like that. A marriage should be a series of events over years that amounts to a love which transcends the parts. A marriage is not just a long string of kind deeds and isolated incidents. If it is, there's something desperately wrong. That cannot be called a love. A deep love between two people is something that transcends the individuals and the details to mesh into something that is larger than the sum of the parts. So the thought I'd like to leave you with is a broad vision of what it means, what Ahavas Yisroel means. It isn't only loving your neighbor and doing something good for that particular neighbor. Of course, that's essential. But there's something broader. When you relate to a neighbor correctly, when you relate to a neighborhood correctly, when you relate to something broader than the individuals around you, you build something that is transcendent. And that transcendent unity begins to manifest the oneness of Hashem. The divine oneness is manifest by parts. Hashem is one, means an assembly of all the parts. The only avenue of access we have to Hashem is to assemble the parts correctly. I think the thought to take away is that as we move through this difficult time of year, we should be playing music. One type of music, forbidden in the 3 weeks. But another type of music, absolutely an obligation. To put together the notes of individual incidents in a lifetime, individual acts of kindness, individual attention to individuals and individual needs, and yet with an ear to a much broader symphony that is evolving. Best wishes and thank you.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here
but sinners Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sinners Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood beauty and its pride.
But sin has Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by